Canby, we're starting a work session. It's a joint work session with the City Council and the Planning Commission. And at this point, I think I'm going to turn it over to city staff.
I'll kick us off here. Good evening, Council President and members of the Council and members of the Planning Commission. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Scott.
We are having a follow-up discussion on this topic on the food carts. We had one work session previously, and there were some great discussion and comments, and this is a follow-up conversation to that. So we've got the staff we have here this evening are Brianna Adada, a planner with our planning department. Jamie Stickle is on Zoom, our economic development director. I also have in the room here our planning director, Don Hardy. So I believe Brianna is going to kick us off and lead us out in the conversation. Oh, excuse me. Jamie Stickle is going to kick us off here, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Hi, Jamie.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Planning Commission, City Council. Just like Scott said, I am Jamie Stickle. I'm the Economic Development Director for the City of Canby. I do want to apologize in advance. I'm attending a training, so I am hooked up to a hotel Wi-Fi. If it is a little spotty, that's why, but I don't believe that I should lose you guys at any minute. On cue. Actually, I asked them to pause the Wi-Fi for that. And then I think, Melissa, am I able to share my screen? Can everybody see this, the front page of the screen?
Yep.
Well, yes. Great. So I thought that I would start. I know that most of you have been along for the ride from the beginning, but I thought that with new council, obviously people watching at home, that it would be good to just do a quick look back. So in 2013, we discussed food carts and what that could be in Canby. At that time, we had not done any research or outreach. We just thought that with the ways that, and by we, I mean myself and the former economic development director, had seen some best practices at conferences, that it might be a good thing for us to include language in our ordinance for, I'm sorry, have I lost? There we go. In our code, rather, to address food carts and what that could mean in Canby. At that time, like I said, we had not done all of the due diligence that I feel that we have done to this point, mainly Brianna. And so in January 2021, we started to receive an increase in requests from whether that was from property owners, current business owners, people who are just interested in having a food cart. And then at the on August 4th, we had a work session with the Planning Commission and City Council, discussed at that time food carts and food cart pods. Some of the main topics or main themes throughout that night were questions around safety and security, parking, landscaping, and design. So that is a very brief look back. I also wanted to include we had done some outreach to some of our local businesses. And so I thought I would include those quotes. I'm not going to read the entire thing to you. I've just highlighted certain parts, but I wanted them captured for tonight as well. So from Mallory Gwynn from Gwynn's Coffee House, he talked about how food attracts people, good food attracts more food. Ken Arigati at the Backstop Bar and Grill talked about how Canby needs more places to eat and it keeps diners local. Matt Morrissey with Wayward Sandwich, also that it would draw more and varied consumers to downtown. And then Kyle Lang from the Chamber also noted that it was an opportunity for a business incubator and then also for additional traffic and additional investment. So most recently, I have heard from Stanton Furniture and spoke with one of the owners at Stanton Furniture, which opened in our Canby Pioneer Industrial Park in fall 2021. They are very eager and interested in providing a food truck or mobile food kitchen for their employees. And with mobile food kitchen, it was an idea of maybe being a way to, if someone didn't have a truck, they were having trouble finding food trucks in this area, until I explained that the ordinance does not at this time allow for a 365-day food truck. So he said, well, could we do a mobile food kitchen? And this is a way for them to provide food or provide a food option for their staff every day, Monday through Friday is what they're looking to do at this time. The thing that I also wanted to note that I did not put on the notes is that when I was speaking with the owner, he was very eager and interested in keeping it local. Who locally, which restaurant or business locally might be able to offer something for them, which I just think is such a great tie to Canby and with one of our new businesses. I also heard from Sean Henderson, who some of you may know. He's a Canby resident and a business owner. And he said, I understand the city is considering lifting the ban on food carts. I would like to share my support and reasoning behind making that change. As the city continues to grow, options will be needed just from the volume alone. I have to assume there's literally 1,000 new jobs being created in our industrial park alone, not to mention all of the new housing. All of these people need a place to go grab lunch or an early dinner, and I do not believe our current establishments will be enough to support this amount of traffic. Food carts would offer more variety and help to keep people in town versus feeling the need to go out of town, which in turn helps all of Canby businesses. I feel that done right versus random carts all over town. And then he noted, in full transparency, I am currently working on a business plan to open a high-end food cart pod. He's been living in Canby for 25 years, and his current business is based in Canby. It's Quango, and it is a 21-year-old marketing firm. So he said, I would love to have the opportunity to open the pod in this amazing city. I had also spoken with Ben Millar from Millar Point S Tires. He and I had spoken a couple different times about food carts, Planning Commission and City Council to get some more testimony. I reached back out to him and just said, I'd love to know what your thoughts were. And he had quite a few, as you can see. He noted that they have a 0.57 acre lot, and that would be on Highway 99 for all of those who are watching at home, that they currently use for parking and storage. We realize that this space would be ideal for having up to 5 different food carts and a tap room option. We are looking to have long-term food carts at our location. Throughout the years, we are asked multiple times by different food cart vendors if we would allow them to be here. With all the new construction of tilt-up buildings and all the new people coming to town, having a quick and easy access place to go and having multiple food options just makes sense. What I'm looking for is Canby to change the 3-month rule to a no timeline on how long a food cart trailer can be stationed in one location or how many can be at one location. We feel there is a need for this after traveling around and visiting so many of them in Oregon. Canby has some fantastic restaurants, but they get overwhelmed eating, drinking, and having a great time outdoors under a covered open structure. This would bring people in from other areas, which is revenue going back into the Canby community and having local people able to live the food cart dream right here in their hometown. And I just will note that the rule that he is talking about is the, I believe, the temporary vendor permit. It is not 3 months. It can be up to, I believe, 9 months. But I just wanted to note that. And then I also reached out to Bryce Morrow, who, as many of you know, is the owner of Oregon City Brewing Company and soon to be Canby's Beer Library. Because I reached out to him. Not only is he a business owner, but he is directly across the street in Oregon City from Corner 14. And then I know that he has also been eager and has just installed some food carts in his parking lot at Oregon City Brewing. So he noted that food carts have been instrumental in developing Oregon City. Quality permanent food cart pods foster high volume retail of human scale that encourages pedestrian use. Customers love the diverse, affordable, and quick food options. In a highly partisan country, food carts are an uniting topic that ultimately brings people together. Some portions of code are critical to food cart success. Carts need the ability to be in a permanent fixed location, provided with full utilities, and then he notes them, including grease trap. And then the site must provide adequate restrooms and trash facilities. Adding food carts to the code is in a thoughtful way would be incredibly popular and add vibrancy to Canby. I also found this article on a website called Skift, which focuses on kind of up-to-date tourism information. It's called The Rise of Food Truck Culture and Its Effect on Food Tourism. And I will note that the article itself was a little out of date, but that's actually, I think, an interesting point with how things have changed with COVID. Eating outside has become, more and more of something that not only are we used to, but people really seek out. So a couple topics I wanted to hit on. The food truck industry is rapidly ascending up the food tourism value chain. So that means that it's, as far as tourism goes, and specifically tourism around food, that being able to go to a food truck or food truck pod, food cart pod, is something that is becoming more and more valuable. It talks about how approximately $2.7 billion in revenue was expected in 2020. Interesting note, one-stop four-wheel shops with signature dishes. They can provide different options, but they also create increased attention and activity. And then 88% of American millennials surveyed are interested in trying new types of food. I included the link there. I'd be happy to send that out to anybody. It also does link in that article to a greater study that had been completed. And so one of the things that I always think is interesting is, so I'm a millennial, and often when people think millennials, they think kids in high school or the younger generation, but I'm a millennial, and typically millennials are between 25 and 40. That is the age. So I took a look at what the Canby's population is currently. I went to a website it breaks down all of the statistics around different groups such as age, income for economic developers. And currently Canby has a population of 17,981. And then I was able to just break that down by how much the each individual area or each individual age group fit within Canby. And then because there is no option to say 25 to 40, I had to I included in this 20 to 40-year-olds. So the 20 to 40-year-olds, the millennial population in Canby takes up 24.9%, which is approximately, which is about 2,000, just a little over 2,000 from each of those two age groups, which you'll see highlighted in yellow. And I started to think about the people that I typically go out to eat with, or that people my age might typically go out to eat with. And it would not be uncommon for them to take their children or their parents with them. And thinking about what that does when you look at a population breakdown. Typically, when you think of a different generation, it is best practice is about 25 years. So that could be it has quite the range. But then I started to look at what that might mean as far as the millennial population plus one generation in each direction. The only one that left out would be 40 to 49-year-olds. And that's obviously, this is, a pretty loose generalization that takes up 87.3% of Canby's population. So millennial population plus, and I'm just talking about people who might be going to food carts, because I could very much see taking my parents to a food cart or taking, probably my nieces or nephews. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brianna. And tonight she's going to talk to you about some of the further work that she's done. Obviously, she has taken a look at regulations, what an application could look like, zoning, parking, design standards, and then finally a recommendation. So I will turn it over to Brianna, and they're in your.
Thank you very much, Jamie. That was really interesting. some things even I didn't know. Can you all see and hear me? Are we all wonderful? Okay. So as Jamie said, this is our second work session. And from that, I have a few slides quickly summarizing that, but then I also have a lot of interesting, crunchy details that we can talk about. So, quickly, there are individual vendors and the food cart pods. These are the primary differences. Individual vendors, they're one cart or one truck. Their customers are primarily employees or patrons of nearby businesses. Stanton's a wonderful example. And they're not supposed to be, regional or citywide draws. They do leave the site depending on the regulations, nightly, monthly, for whatever period we'd like to give them. And they are self-contained with their own utilities, and currently they are allowed through the temporary use permit, but it is not ideal for food vending as we've discussed. The other option is the food cart pod. It's a dedicated site. It's individual spaces that are rented to cart owners. There are consolidated services, including restrooms, hand washing, seating, lighting, weather protection, and trash service. And these are currently completely omitted from our code. And sorry about that. So we're working to put those in the code now with you guys. So considerations specific to food vendors, storage, cooking equipment, trash and recycling, seating options, lighting and weather, utilities, security. They have a unique business model that does not kind of equate to our temporary vendor model that we can permit now. And also fire review is required, which is not actually, quite as much of a concern for other temporary uses. And so holes in regulation create applicant confusion, subpar design, and missed opportunities, which again, Jamie did mention we have a lot of interest, but again, we haven't been able to facilitate them as of yet. So here are some takeaways from our first work session in August. The primary reasons we want food carts and pods is because we consider them local business incubators. They promote community vitality. They provide expanded culinary options, and they give flexibilities for both property owners, food cart owners, and the consumers, which is our community. What they need from us are clear regulations, a low barrier to entry, and quick permitting. And what we would like to see through our regulations are carts downtown in industrial areas and new community amenities. We'd like to see clean, safe pods, a minimum of design standards that allow for flexibility, and improve relationships with all these local business owners that we hope to cultivate and nurture. Okay, so we are now going to jump into the details. We are focusing first on mobile food vendors, the individual carts, the draft application that was provided to you. So we believe that this should be a type 1 process, the same as the current temporary vendor permit. It's an administrative process, and the applicant needs to meet all of the regulations provided. They'll need to get a business license, and they will be reviewed for renewal. That can either be a 6-month or a 1 year. It sounds like 1 year kind of would be more pragmatic of us. We can talk about that. So as you can see here, we believe they should be permitted in all of the commercial zones. And then one note we did want to make about the industrial zones is that they are large format industrial zones. And most of them, most of them have been specifically approved to reflect their individual parking needs. I'm sure, especially the Planning Commission, but as well as City Council, you've seen a lot of these projects come through, and they're very particular, and they know what they need in terms of parking, and it's not always what is in our code. So we have this idea to provide a 5% or 5 spaces of flexibility. And we think that this is probably the best way to actually encourage individual carts into the industrial area, because otherwise there's just not going to be enough parking to allow them per code. So by building in just this little bit of flexibility, we believe it will kind of encourage the single carts to go into the industrial zones, which is what we heard that you wanted. Just a quick zoning map. We can also come back and reference this. I should always include it. Okay, so some of the regulations that we discussed for mobile food vendors. So we have 1 cart per parcel. Again, this is really to provide for the people already in the area. It's not supposed to be a large impact. So 1 cart per parcel. I have seen places where they do up to 3 carts per parcel, depending on the size of parcel. So there is some potential flexibility in there. And so the 5% of parking or 5 spaces maximum, whichever is less. So that a little bit of parking flexibility. They do need their own dedicated trash. They need to screen their equipment. They need their business license and their food handler's license. And we also need a copy of the lease, either from obviously the property owner or the long-term leaseor of, perhaps an industrial property, just so we have those details on record, and we have the record that, of course, the property owner or, the lessor is on board. So here's an example from Beaverton. I wanted to just bring this up because it is quick and to the point. And I think, it's just written in clear language that an individual cart owner would not find daunting. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here. So, again, it's the things we've talked about. It's screening, it's, keeping the cart in good repair, dimensional standards, your business licensing, very quick, very simple. And again, it's for the individual carts. So, of course, the pods are going to get, a little more complicated. But again, to encourage these individual owners to come in, we want to keep it quick and simple like this. Okay, so I did provide a mobile food vendor application draft. It was a draft, of course, but I did want to just bring it up quickly, and I do want to hear what everyone has to say at the end of the presentation, hopefully, about the application. So just some things that I would be interested in hearing about. The option to renew, you think 6 months, 12 months, I'd like your opinions on that. The number of renewals allowed. We heard an example saying no time limits, but I think that kind of scares planners a little bit. We like a time horizon, but certainly a longer term. And then what you would like to see in a project narrative, any equipment regulations, parking requirements, things that maybe you didn't see in the application or that you particularly liked or didn't like. And then obviously, we're kind of doing this a little bit backwards because we have the temporary vendor application and process already. We're kind of morphing that to fit to food carts. But of course, a code amendment will follow to kind of accommodate what we decide. Okie dokie. Pods. Into pods. Here we go. Okay. So, in consideration of what we would like to see and what the property owners want to see, we're kind of trying to meet in the middle here. So, we believe that a food cart pod, as long as it meets all of the regulations, should be a type 2 process, which requires mailed newspaper and on-site noticing, a public comment period, and they must meet all of our regulations. And of course, they have to have their licensing for the pod and for each cart. You can see our zoning recommendations are similar in scheme. So the 3 sort of the middle commercial zones, we could call them, are type 2, just with our base regulations that we establish. Because the CR zone is a really small format commercial zone / residential zone, and there are very limited parcels that are actually zoned CR, we feel that we should probably look at them more specifically and perhaps set some regulations for those. And similarly, whether it's design regulations, different buffers, different things that we want to regulate the industrial zone as well. So we would recommend diving into a few more specific regulations specific to those zones as well. Okay, parking. So, excuse me. In doing my research, parking was either always described as per cart or floor area. So as you can see in these examples here, Beaverton, Happy Valley, Woodburn, they say per cart. Oregon City, Milwaukee Tigard say square feet of floor area. And so what I have to, come across is per cart actually means per rental space. So, we as regulators are not dealing with carts individually coming in and out of a pod. We're really looking at the amount of rental space that's available in the pod when it's developed, and that's how we would regulate the parking. And so those rental spaces are typically 200 to 300 square feet. Excuse me. The floor area strategy captures amenity spaces as well. So things like seating areas, walkways, bathrooms, kind of everything in a pod except the carts. So it's kind of a more conservative approach. And really the ultimate driving question to deciding which strategy we want to go to is, do we believe that people will drive to food cart pods to use the amenities without patronizing the businesses? Diving in even further into parking, our current standards for restaurant parking are 8 spaces per 1,000 square feet of floor area, or 1 space per 125 square feet. And so we have a typical cart size of 95 to 125 square feet, and the typical rental space of 200 to 250. So you have the cart, you probably have their storage, maybe a little sandwich board announcing the specials. And so kind of putting all this math together, we believe it would be appropriate to have 1 to 2 spaces per cart, just sort of according to the math and our current parking ratios, as well as what we've seen from other municipalities. And here you can see Happy Valley Station and their designated parking lot in the back. They have a ratio of 2.2 spaces per cart. Okay, parking downtown specifically. So last time we discussed that it would be appropriate to continue not requiring parking for this new use in the downtown core. I did just want to bring up for discussion that no parking regulation only applies to the actual core and not the entirety of the C1 downtown commercial zone. So I just wanted to bring it up for discussion if we wanted to widen that regulation to any other parts of the zone. We have Waite Park there, that's kind of technically out of the zone. And you kind of just think about what's around there. And so again, up for discussion. Okay, we're in the last third here. Okay, so we got a lot of great feedback from you all about design standards for food cart pods. And these are the 3 kind of overarching themes that I pulled out of it. We want a sense of flexibility, a sense of permanence, and some sort of site enclosure or delineation. And so I'd like to break each of those 3 down into things that we can regulate. So we're taking it from the concept of flexibility into how can we provide this flexibility to the end user of our code. So first, to regulate the what, not the how. An example would be skirting shall be placed around the perimeter of the mobile vending unit. Wonderful. We'll have minimum design material standards that'll make sure that's not, cardboard or anything like that. So we'll have that minimum baseline, but let's allow them that flexibility to decide, what sort of, vibe material they would like to use. Avoid regulating the incidentals. Food carts love to slap their own signage on their carts, right? It's pretty much the only way they can advertise themselves. And we are really not going to be able to regulate the signage on the cart. I'm just imagining the permitting alone. So things like that, it's something that is beyond our purview because it's just a naturally occurring, event of a pod. And I think it does add to the vibrancy, it adds to the interest, and it's a unique situation. And also the color design motif. So of course we're going to have minimum standards again, but the sort of the theme or the motif of a pod is really up to the developer. I can think of a few examples where they are themed. I have a picture of one later.
Papers are a collection of documents confidentially asking.
Okay. But, that's, again, something that's kind of out of our control and something that the developer does get to decide. And then we also want to utilize existing regulations. So Title IX of our municipal code does cover public peace, morals, and welfare. And I know we were concerned about, public drunkenness, safety, lighting, things like that. We can either reference to Title IX or we can pull some language out and sort of use what we already have. And we don't have to repeat ourselves or belabor the point if we already have something established. All right, low permit cost. Now I know ultimately this will, come down to finance as much as anybody else here, but I just wanted to give a quick overview. Here are the pod permit prices for some other jurisdictions. It is, $1,500 to $2,400. And that's actually kind of in line with our site and design review charge. We do it per acre, which these jurisdictions don't, but, food cart pods will probably be, anywhere up to 2 acres. I can't imagine a food cart pod larger than 2 acres. And we charge $1,500 or $2,500 depending on the size. So we are in that range. So, we, again, just want to keep this in mind, low permit cost, low barrier to entry. And also something smart would be to offer a modification option. So it's an established cart, but they want to make a small change. We have a specific modification application with a lower fee for them. Okay. And the quick, clear review process. So I talked about the types of processes we thought were appropriate, and I just wanted to kind of lay out land use processes. I know the Planning Commission probably does know this, but just in summary, a type 2 process typically takes 6 to 8 weeks. It does require noticing and public comment. They have to meet all standards. And it does have an option to appeal, and that appeal would go to Planning Commission. In contrast, a type 3 process, which automatically goes to Planning Commission, takes 4 to 5 months. It requires, the same noticing and public comment, but then it does go to Planning Commission. And we feel that this process is probably only appropriate when not all of the standards that we've created can be met. So it would be a very unique situation where perhaps they don't meet a few of the standards, but it could potentially fit the area. That's when a type 3 process would be appropriate. Okay, jumping to the second of our third standards is a sense of permanence. So there are a lot of ways to create a sense of permanence without installing a bunch of structures. So structural elements are limited by the nature of the use, but elements don't always have to be structural to seem permanent to the end user. So here we have, design strategies that we can include in our code regulations, such as framed shading structures, varied lighting options, substantial seating, impactful landscaping. Those trees are going to grow up and be nice and bushy and fluffy. And perimeter delineation, again, that's not structural. You can see it's actually installed. It's kind of a self-contained unit, but it's very heavy. And lastly, varied ground materials. So obviously pedestrian walkways should be delineated from, this area by the fire pit here. It looks like gravel. Some food cart pods even have grass areas. So promoting those different varied materials. And second, for sense of permanence, is our set of minimum standards for materials. So I referenced this with the skirting. What we want to do is set a baseline that still allows them for flexibility. So this is the Beaverton example. I think just these three regulations really capture that, there needs to be a minimum standard for these food carts. And if they're not, in good operating condition, if they look run down, that we have a minimum here and we're setting that early and we're making it very clear. But what we don't want to do is over-regulate or prohibit a material completely or be so specific and so myopic that we're trying to address one thing that we don't like, but we might end up excluding a lot of things that maybe we don't know about that we would actually like. So this is an example, classic fencing. Obviously, we would never want something on the left here. But all of these other products are also, made of plastic or plastic composite, and they would be appropriate in a food cart pod. And there's lots of other examples. And I think it's always what you don't know that you don't know. So maybe there's a design strategy out there. Maybe I have no idea. We want to allow for that sort of innovation. And our third and last strategy was a sense of enclosure or site delineation. So there's some pretty classic way to do that. I'm putting on my classic planner hat here. We have setbacks, buffers, and entry signage. So setbacks are, a classic tool. They're just distances from all of the property lines. These are typical setbacks for carts. It's 5 feet from all property lines if it's the same zone, 10 feet if it's a residential zone, and 6 feet between carts. And then the setbacks for the structures, typically in food cart pods, are the same as the underlying zone. So, if they're going to build a structural bathroom or if they're going to have, that central tap house, those structures would have to meet just the same setbacks as the underlying zone, because again, we're trying to meet, the community feel that's already there. So why would we have different setbacks? Next is buffers. Buffers separate dissimilar uses to mitigate impacts such as noise, light, and they screen unattractive elements of development such as utilities, trash, trash collection areas, and parking lots. Here is an example from Lake Oswego. They have a very detailed buffer requirement in their code, and it's in addition to their regular buffer standards. Pods shall be screened from view from residentially zoned properties with a 10-foot wide landscape buffer and site obscuring fence along the property line. The landscape buffer shall consist of a mix of deciduous and evergreen trees, shrubs, and plants, where 50% of the landscape materials will reach an 8-foot height at maturity. This is very specific, and I wanted to use it as an example because these are good standards. but it's also an example of a very specific regulation that would equate into a very specific look for each pod that we get. So if we had a pod in downtown, it would have to meet these same buffering standards, as a pod in an industrial zone. Is that always appropriate? Maybe, maybe not. Here's some examples of buffers. We have potted landscaping, kind of supported by this walkway. I think that that walkway kind of reinforces the buffer, and I'm always keeping in mind the pedestrian experience here. So as much sort of pedestrian friendliness, we can get in there. That's wonderful. Here are, again, the potted landscapes. None of this is planted into the ground. And this actually acts as a barrier as well as a buffer. And here the Happy Valley Station uses the grade change of the site as a buffer, as well as, the landscaping options they put in there, but really just the grade change itself is its own buffer. So, if developers can use the whatever natural terrain or situation that's there already, wonderful. And I want to point out that buffers don't have to be just solid walls of arborvitae or, an 8-foot picket fence that you can't see through. Sometimes it's just space. Sometimes we just don't want things pushed right up against the fence. And of course, again, a walkway, which is great. Put as many walkways as you would like to kind of aid in the connection. Okay. And this picture I included because I wanted to touch on the fact that we don't always need the most intensive buffers. This picture, I would say, I would want to see maybe a solid fence instead of the chain link, but I don't think that a 10-foot landscape buffer on the inside of this pod would be appropriate. We don't need to screen the actions of a food cart pod from a parking lot. And, these buffer regulations, we have to be careful with what we require because they're going to be looking at constrained sites. If a site hasn't developed and can be already, there might be a reason why. So if there's a certain constraint, that would kind of be a make it or break it. I've seen buffers and the dimensions of buffers be that before. So I just want to keep in mind that maybe in a downtown zone, we don't need a 10-foot buffer if, compatible uses are on both sides. Lastly, entry and signage. We can only regulate signage pretty minimally. We can do size, make sure it's a good material, say kind of where it can be placed, but we can't regulate content of signage. So really, this is more about encouraging that sense of entry and having, things that encourage, definitive signage and that sort of sense of place. So I thought this is a good example because they're actually using their utility panel. You can see it's the back of their utility panel for their sign. And it's not, it's not the most amazing sign, but I think just the usage, that sort of allowance to use, because that has to be there regardless. And there really isn't another optimal place for a sign on the property. So, to have this sort of flexibility that they could kind of double up on their requirements. Here's Happy Valley Station. This is, a very classic entryway. It could be to like a subdivision or something. And I like it. I think it's very, you know where you are, absolutely. But one thing I wanted to note about this is this faces the parking lot. So if you're parked here, you already know you're at Happy Valley Station. So I kind of thought that this was a bit of a missed opportunity. So, it would be smart to encourage these distinctive entries more pointing towards the pedestrian realm. So if this was pointed out towards one of the roads, I think it would be a bit more impactful. And again, this concept of doubling up. So the BG Food Cartel uses their entrances are also their fire accesses because the site is so large. They needed two. And so they turned their pedestrian entrances also into their fire access, but they do have the rolling doors so they can, kind of adjust the feel. And another note is the sign is so high. That's because obviously, advertising, we want to know where we are from down the street, but also so that emergency vehicles can get under there safely. So, kind of little considerations like that, we want to encourage and allow. So with all of that, I would like to open up the floor for discussion, questions. We can also go back to any point of the presentation. Thank you.
At this point, I'm going to turn it back over to the mayor since I see he's participating now.
Thanks, Council President Hensley. Appreciate it. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Brianna, thank you for the presentation. Jamie as well. Lots of things to unpack here code-wise for us, for sure. Hands I have up in my window, Council Parker, then Council Spoon.
Well, Brianna, an excellent staff report, one of the best since I've been on council. Thank you for the completeness. First, let me say I like your approach of setting significant standards initially. It's been my observation, it's always easy to roll back regulations than to roll them up. So we do want to try and find the sweet spot of an additional entry into the marketplace for people without a lot of onerous, but I think it would be easier for us to start with a higher standard and adjust it later. I would also like to suggest to staff as we proceed with this that a year after we adopt this, staff comes back with a report and recommendations, and similar to what Jamie did with the survey of businesses. There's going to be, as you said, Brianna, there's going to be unknowns. So we may run into something that we didn't anticipate. And I think having a time certain in the future gives us a chance to put these ideas into a suspense account and deal with it then. Thirdly, and Scott, I want you to listen to this in terms of all the things that we do as you prepare your budget. I want to make sure that our IT backbone is sufficient. This process, this permitting, can be done online. As we proceed down the path of additional work for our staff, I want to make sure that we are automating it, that it's online, that it's mobile access, so that we don't have more papers flying around City Hall. And Scott, if that means an additional budget request, then let's do it. I want to make sure that we have significant IT resources to handle these things. And finally, a question I didn't hear, but I have run into at some food carts rather annoying generators. So are we at all addressing generators and noise generated from them?
So Title IV does have those sort of baseline noise standards, but it is different when you're standing right next to them. So that is something that we could actually incorporate into the screening. Perhaps it has to be a more solid situation. It can't be like a lattice. And I know that would make a small difference, but it is just a consideration. We can also require them to put them in the rear of the carts, small things like that. So.
Well, I'm also, yes, and here's where we get into the diversity of food carts, that it seems to be in a food cart pod, we would already have the electricity put in. But in smaller, more episodic things, we wouldn't. But glad you've already thought about it, and that's all I had. So thanks very much for a great presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Councilor Spoon, then Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I have a couple of clarifying questions, and then I have a couple of thoughts. But thank you, Jamie and Brianna. That was great and really helpful. So I suspect I know the answer. I just want to make sure I'm using the same terminology as you, Brianna. So a mobile food cart vendor application would be used for both ones that might just be temporarily at an industrial building for a month and ones that might have a more permanent residence in a pod, right?
No, so the
No, okay.
specific application for the mobile is just for the individual carts.
Gotcha.
We will have standards for specific carts within pods, but the individual cart owners don't have to apply to us. They have to go through the property owner and work through the standards.
Perfect. So, okay, that's I wanted to make sure. I wasn't quite sure. So when you talked about whether or not we would limit the number of renewals on a mobile food cart vendor application, do other communities do that? Because I kind of have mixed feelings about it. On one hand, I can see that if they want to be permanent, maybe be permanent. On the other hand, if it's successful for, let's say, an industrial park and they like it and they're doing well and the landowner likes it and the business owner of the food cart likes it, I'm not really sure what government's place is to say you can no longer have this relationship. So I just kind of have mixed feelings on it, and I'm not sure what the answer is. Do other communities have renewal limits in a situation like that? Did you see those?
I do, and I also do see them flouted when both businesses get along. Well, I can think of a particular cart in Beaverton that's been there for over 10 years. And, you know, there are sunsets, I would say probably a 3-year or a 5-year for a temporary permit. That's kind of the hard stops. But again, we are crafting this application so we can consider longer, you know, maybe after a certain period of time, if they want it to be more permanent, then we can pursue, you know, a different application, kind of something to think about.
Yeah, sure. I could see doing like 6 or 12 month for the first 3 years, but at some point, maybe some permanence if it's working for both parties. What I don't want is a situation like you're talking about in Beaverton where we have a regulation and then we only apply it or enforce it arbitrarily. That's just
Right.
bad for everyone. So if we're going to have, you know, if we're going to have a limit on renewals, we'll need to enforce it. But at the same time, I'm hesitant to tell a landowner, a property owner, what they can and can't do if it's working for all parties. So yeah, that's where I come in on that. I'll leave that up to you guys to sort out, but those are my thoughts. And then the permitting for a pod is for the landowner, and then each individual pod in there would get a business license from the city, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Correct.
So then my only other thought, I guess, is that I am all for widening the no parking requirement in the downtown C1 zone. You know, I suspect we'll see mobile food cart vendors in the summer through more than, I mean, I was surprised actually that I didn't know the downtown core was so limiting there. I assumed it actually encompassed Waite Park down to City Hall. So I would be a proponent of expanding that if the group agrees with that perspective. And then in terms of materials for permanence, I just want to reiterate that I don't like tenting if it's going to be a permanent structure. So I'm sure you have plenty of ideas on what works and what doesn't work. I just don't want to see temporary tents used for permanent solutions. So those are my thoughts. And thank you again for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Spoon. Council President Hensley, then Planning Commissioner Heeb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a hunch I might be a little redundant because Councilor Spoon kind of addressed my thought a little bit. I just wanted some clarity that we're looking at making it so we have food cart pods, something nice like Corner 14 or Happy Valley Station. Or are we really going to let willy-nilly random cart here, there, and everywhere? I'm wondering about that because I've historically been against food cart pods. That's no secret. But I have to admit, I've experienced a couple in local pods, and they've been done very nicely. So I enjoy them, and I could see a success in Canby with that kind of a model. I just kind of wonder if we're going to like put one here and there and everywhere. And I would also say I agree with Councilor Spoon in that I want to see permanent structures for outdoor dining and not some kind of like dining canopy type tenting. That was I think used a lot in the COVID situation, but I know there was at least one business in town who, after the dining thing went away, they started storing things under it. So I was like, okay, we need to make the tents go away as soon as possible. So I don't want to see that as a permanent structure either. It needs to be something nicely done. And I would like to see real strict, like Councilor Parker said, I'd like to go out of the gate with super strict restrictions and regulations that we can roll back from if need be. So, but yeah, I just want to make sure I have clarity on what is the model we're looking at. Are we looking at pods or carts here and there and everywhere?
So I really discussed both options, but for the mobile option, we're creating this new application specifically to kind of address those sort of messy individual carts that we've seen. So even individual carts will have screening requirements, will have trash, receptacle requirements. If we want to add an element of weather protection, whatever we would like to add to be specific about what we want those individual sites to look like, we can do that with this application. But, it's not always appropriate to have a pod. A pod won't always meet just the immediate surrounding needs. So if you have a small industrial site with very limited parking, you can't, you couldn't fit a pod in there, but it would be nice to have one truck and, perhaps, one or two tables, a truck that's established, they have screening, and, that's just a relationship built right there with the business inside, in that small park. And it's just as impactful. It does add that vibrancy and that option just for those people in those small areas. So I hear what you're saying, and that's what we're trying to move away from. But we still want to allow those individual opportunities where appropriate.
A follow-up, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
I'm just curious if how many individual carts have shown interest? I mean, are we looking? If you had a crystal ball, what do you see? Do you see us getting a food cart pod, or do you see an increase in individual carts here or there?
I see both. I see at least one large pod, and I could see a few individual carts specifically in the industrial zone. I think that's really where they're targeting. We're getting a lot of employment generation there, and there's not a lot of dining options there, especially if you want something walkable. But again, we can put a restriction that says one per parcel. And, as we know, kind of the parcels in the industrial zones are larger. So, if we're thinking one per parcel at a maximum, they're not going to be everywhere.
Thank you.
Brianna. Next is Planning Commissioner Keeb, followed by Councilor Banks.
Yeah, so I've seen quite a few different food cart pods, and I see with a food cart pod the advantages of that being the utilities would be on site, so a cart could plug in, and I'm sure they'd have some sort of a waste water dump site for their gray water and whatnot. One concern I've seen in the past is like if you're downtown Portland, the whole place around those food carts just stinks. But I've been to other places like the Asylum. I got a friend there where there's no odor. Whereas other places I see people rinsing their dishes down the storm drains. And how do we enforce, I guess, the health side of things and the rotting food? How do we make sure it's not just looking good aesthetically, but that it's healthy. They're not rats being brought in and things like that.
That's a great question. So we do, again, Title IX has those sort of minimum standards. If we have a smell that's coming from a site, we definitely would look into that. But sort of above and beyond that, we want the food handlers licenses from both individual carts. And I don't know if we can make it a requirement for a property owner of a pod to get that license, but I'm going to look into that and see how that's regulated in a pod. But I do feel like overall a pod with a property manager, is hopefully well kept as more of a site. And so individual carts specific will have those very specific regulations. For the pods, I'm going to look into how we can maintain them. Thank you for that question.
Also, I just wanted to note that we have a very active wastewater treatment plant and a pre-treatment coordinator, which is Daryl Hughes, and he works with all of our businesses, our restaurant businesses in particular, to make sure that what they're putting out jives with what they're doing at the wastewater treatment plant. These businesses would not be, sidestepping those regulations. They'd be working with the city, and that includes Daryl, early on to make sure that they have the proper things in place, whether that's a grease trap, so they're not just, washing their dishes down the storm drain. And from time to time, there are issues with businesses where they do something that, isn't the right way to handle a situation. And the thing that I'm really always proud of as being someone who works for the city of Canby is that Daryl has a good relationship. He usually goes out personally. He has a conversation. He doesn't just send them, a letter or an email. He has that face-to-face conversation with him to make sure that they know what the expectations are and that they're living up to it. And if they need more information, more education, he's the one that's going to be giving that to them. So because we would be, these businesses, these food carts would be businesses, they're held to the same standard, and we'd be able to address it that way as well.
Thank you.
Councilor Banks?
Thank you. I have a couple of comments and a couple of questions. First, when I was reading through the council packet before the meeting, there was a draft set of regulations. In one of those, it specified that carts should be placed on paved surfaces. I'm wondering why not gravel. Secondly, this was, I think, just a way I read it. It said that carts can't be on landscaped surfaces, and I know that doesn't mean that we don't want them to have landscaping to decorate their space. But so I think the intent is clearly that's not what it is. But I thought that the wording of it needed to be adjusted to reflect that.
Okay.
I also would support expanding the no parking requirement in the downtown core. It strikes me that the only real current viable places to have a food cart pod is outside of that corridor, that corridor there. I wonder if we want to have a requirement for picnic tables or seating. I've been to a lot of carts. I'm a connoisseur of food carts. I like the pods, and I also stop at them along the road. And I've been to a number where there is no picnic table at all. And I find that frustrating because you have to I only have the two hands. So I don't know if we want to require that. And if we do, if there's a minimum number of tables per pod, I think it's something that we should discuss. Also, as regards to the permanent covered structure versus a tent in a pod, that might just be a business decision at first, whether they even want to have a cover. So we would just want to say, if you do want to cover, I don't think it's a good business move in this climate to not have a cover unless they only want to be open for half of the year. But later on tonight, we're going to vote on a $100,000 pavilion at Locust Park. That's a lot of money for somebody who's just starting out a business. And I wonder if we would want to have a 1 year, you can have a temporary tent or maybe some period of time where to see if your business is actually going to be viable before you invest $100,000 into a pavilion. And then find out that the 7 other food pods that opened up this year have outcompeted you. Finally, I didn't see and wonder if we should have a requirement for restroom facilities at a food cart pod. Is that a requirement? It strikes me that if we have a food cart pod, there should be a restroom facility and also a place to wash hands in water, not a porta potty, but a place that you could wash your hands before you eat. And I think that covers it.
Okay, great.
Councilor Banks? What other comments or feedback? Councilor Banks?
Sorry, I did have one more. I was at one food cart pod in Portland once where I nearly spilled my yakisoba noodles tripping over a power cord that was in the walking space. So power cords probably should not be in the walking space.
Yes.
And they should probably be run behind the food carts. Or perhaps it's a scheme to get me to buy another plate of yakisoba.
Councilor Spoon, then Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just, since Councilor Banks went after me, I wanted to say that I would agree with some restroom facilities. I would agree with covering up power cords. I love the idea of having individual carts. I think the market will decide whether or not they're successful or not. And I don't like the idea of over-regulating landowners. If they can get a lease and the business is successful and they meet the design standards that we have, because I like the idea of having even screening and whatnot, then I'm all for it. I also could see getting behind a seating requirement, specifically if there are 2 or more pods or 2 or more carts. I'm not sure. I mean, I think in cases where we're going to have an individual cart at, say, an industrial facility, they'll probably put seating there anyway because they have to have a place for their employees to eat. But in terms of the overall look and feel and the idea of creating a vibrant downtown that people hang out in, seating would be a necessary component of that. I don't know if other ones have requirements or not. It seems almost like a totally common sense thing to do, but I do want to make sure that we have that.
Council President Hensley, and then Councilor Bajorn.
Yeah, I would just concur on, of course, covering up power cords. That's just a basic safety issue. And I honestly didn't think about restrooms because I figured that was a given. So hopefully that was included. But I really, if we're talking about pods, I would like to have some strict design standards. I've visited several pods in the region, and like the one Oregon City, Happy Valley, there's a good vibe. I'm a fan of fire pits myself, so I kind of tend to like the Oregon City one myself, but that's neither here nor there. But like the one in Oregon, in Milwaukee, just kind of feels like a permanent fair with some planters stuck up. It just I don't want that in Canby if we can avoid that. So I would really like to kind of hone in the design standards so we have something that's really truly homey, comforting, welcoming, and candy.
Did we lose the mayor?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I was looking.
Sorry, gang.
There he is.
Technical difficulties this evening. I have, in terms of hands up, I have Councilor Bangs and then Councilor Varwig.
I believe I'm I just put my hand back up again, and I think all of the other ones are ahead of me.
Okay. So Councilor Barwig, and then
I think Councilor Bajorn was before me.
was he? Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
All right. Councilor Bajorn.
Okay, so obviously there's a lot that's been talked about tonight. You know, I don't want to mirror too much of it here, but some of the things that stand out to me is, you know, power cords being covered. That's huge. You know, from a design standpoint, that promotes that cleanliness, that attractiveness of that feature, and those permanent nice structures that you know, again, are inviting. The one thing I do want to be, I think, a little bit cautious on as far as those high standards of, you know, initial construction and setup and things like that, especially if we're inviting newer businesses into, say, a food cart pod, is that we don't want to put the standards maybe too high to essentially prohibit some of those newer businesses from wanting to come in.
Fair, for sure. Thank you for that. Councilor Bangs, or sorry, Councilor Barwig, and then Commissioner.
Thank you. There's been a lot of comments tonight, and I think they've all been fantastic. I don't think I can add too much to it. I just wanted to kind of concur with most everything they've said. I did want to add my kudos to Brianna and Jamie for their presentations tonight. I think that we're heading in the right direction with this, and I am a huge fan of food carts. I've really enjoyed, especially some of the newer ones that tend to be a little bit classier than some of the old school cart pods that kind of got things started. And so I do think, you know, for anybody that might have kind of in their mind what food carts used to be 10, 12 years ago, really spend some time at some of the newer ones. I think you might be pleasantly surprised at how classy and how nice they can be. So, yeah, I just wanted to give those kudos, and all the hard work that you guys are putting in is not unnoticed. And so I think we're heading in the right direction, and I like where things are going.
Great. Thank you very much.
Sorry, it's only showing up, Michael, your first name on my screen, so I apologize. So I'll go with Commissioner Michael.
Michael Hutchinson, thank you.
Thank you.
There are some issues with the, I like the idea of the ordinance for the framed structure for shelter. Like tomorrow, we're looking at gusts up to 25 miles an hour in the valley. And when you're talking about tent structures, actually the National Weather Service has actually started issuing tent structure warnings when wind gets to be running high these days. And so I like the idea of a framed structure ordinance, as Brianna mentioned earlier in her presentation, if we are going to allow shelter in a food cart pod. And also, I think that a lot of the cord routing can be solved with some design standards with the food cart itself. And it's really, as long as you have more than one where the energy comes on to the usable space of the pods, then, you know, we can avoid running cords all over the place. All of that said, one thing that I want to make sure and echo some other concerns is that we can't make it too expensive for people to operate these businesses. And so I like the pricing. I mean, you can actually fit a lot of food carts on a quarter-acre lot. And that seems reasonable and competitive. And I really look forward to seeing more options in town. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council President Hensley and then Councilor Bangs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand the desire to make the fees and such very attractive and less expensive. I get that, but every business in town has to pay startup costs, stick built or food cart pod. If the business isn't feeling like they might be viable, then the farmers market is a great place for them to test their business and save money to then afford whatever rent the pod might be offering. So I still would like to maintain that I want to see some really regulated design standards. I think that if it's a business just hanging out and wanting to see if they can make it, they have a whole market season and they'll know if they can make it, and then they can move in the off season to a pod.
Thank you. Councilor Bangs.
Thank you. I wonder if it's possible for us to also have a temporary use for a roaming, like a permit for a roaming cart. There would be opportunity, for example, for a cart to be open for business in the industrial area for the morning break and then drive over by the high school for the lunchtime, which is only lucrative for 35 minutes. And then it's a dry spell again. We have a lot of festivals in downtown, including that farmers market and the classic car show and the 4th of July. And, I don't know if we would really want to do that or if there's a model already for a cart that drives around. What we've been talking about would not include that. And I don't know if we would want to restrict it or not. I don't know. Food for thought.
Councilor Bangs, I think those are called roach coaches.
Or junk trucks, is that?
Junk. I think we have an opportunity here to really lay out, I think, two distinct different kinds of paths here. I think there's what you're talking about, Councilor Bangs. We have an event, we bring in food trucks or whatever, or Slice of Summer or whatnot. They invite food vendors in and whatnot. So does that evolve into food trucks and whatnot? But then also here, the other avenue is a fully built out area for somebody with some extra space. I use the Millars as an example there at Point S. They have a space that they can develop and becomes a little bit more of a permanence piece that then rotates back through some of the food carts or food trucks or whatever that might park there and whatnot. Like going back to that, how often do they get renewed? Do we want to see, changes? But again, the general public will speak loudly with their wallets on what food carts are popular and which ones are not. So I think it's kind of to your point, Chris, is a kind of a two-pronged approach here regarding this. So both ideas are I think where we're moving to and what we should highlight. Council President Hensley, then Councilor Spoon, and then Brianna, I'm gonna have a wrap-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just actually wanted to say I think Councilor Banks is on to something that could be a good point of discussion. The industrial park having varied shifts throughout the day. There might be a truck that would like to take advantage of the breakfast rush and go over to the school area for lunch, or maybe even potentially go back to the industrial area for the night shift crew. So I think, honestly, that is worth some more discussion.
Thank you. Councilor Spoon?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted some clarity from Brianna and Jamie. Is that not allowed now? Because we have food trucks that go to the high school for lunch a few days a week, or we have like food trucks like Kona Ice or Chapala Express that go to businesses. Like that model's already happening in town. Is that disallowed? I thought what was disallowed is any sort of permanence, like overnight. So maybe Brianna can give some clarity there.
That's right. So no permit is required, and I was trying to look up the number of hours, but I believe if they're there less than 2 or 3 hours, they don't need a permit at all. And then the classic temporary vendor permit would more facilitate just kind of those daily or shift parking situations. So I can definitely kind of create a summary for that for our next discussion, but you are correct.
And there is some language in our code specifically about events and having businesses at those events, such as the farmers market. They don't have to have a business license at this time, and what that looks like. So I think it's covered in a couple different parts of the code. And this would address more permanent.
To be clear, I'm purely talking selfishly. I'd really like to have some food carts at the high school.
I will work on that.
So, got about 10 minutes before we need to shift gears for city council meeting. And so, Jamie, Brianna, what are we looking at in terms of next steps for this process, and what, so what do you want or need from the planning commission and from the city council?
Jamie, do you want to start? Okay.
Go for it.
Well, I think we have some very good direction here. We could definitely take a crack at, drafting up some code language and bringing it, either to another work session, or we could kind of make it an official push and bring it to PC first for discussion, and then kind of bring it to CC more officially. So we do have some options. I definitely have enough to start writing up some code language and to refine the mobile application here. So I think we're just going to probably look at y'all's timelines for when we can present to you next.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Savory, thoughts on another work session, both groups going through potential code, or you guys have a first crack at the first blush, and what are your thoughts?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that we should be having more frequent work sessions until this is nailed. This is a big step for the city of Canby, in my estimation. And I'll be real curious as to more specific site selections, where that's going to be, because there are definitely going to be some inappropriate places where people are going to want to plop down food carts, as opposed to something that we can take a look at that will really enhance the livability of the city. And so, yes, I think further work sessions are always welcome.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Councilor Spoon, did you have another comment?
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't realize you were going to ask Chair Savory, but I think that we have enough to at least start looking at the code. I fear that if we can't have another work session until January or February, these businesses that want to move forward with this, that are saying, that are asking us to give them opportunity, won't be able to do anything until May or June, and they'll miss the summer season. And I think we've gotten, I understand, I agree with Chair Savory that with each individual site application that's going to come to Planning Commission, there's a lot to review there. And if they want to crack into exclusion zones or whatever, I think that Planning Commission can do that. I just don't want to see us delay this another year over work sessions when I feel like we've made a lot of progress and could go to actual code review.
No, I don't. I wasn't looking at us having. I don't think Brianna and Jamie and planning team are. I think they have enough what they need to hammer out a first blush of what it would look like. That probably us meeting together, in 30, 60 days might be feasible to go and look as a group and go through the first blush of some code language so that we can get the process going, so that there is opportunity this summer to capitalize on this venture piece for sure.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just don't want to see multiple, like, I don't want to see it drug out over months, having multiple, like, wordsmithing a code.
No, I don't either. I mean, there's certain aspects I think the planning commission will get deeper into than the council would. I think there's aspects the council would get deeper into than perhaps maybe the planning commission. So I think let's get some language, let's get it in front of us, let's digest it, and then let's get back together again. And I'll let Brianna and Jamie and Scott dictate kind of that timeline, but I think is 60 days reasonable?
I believe so.
Okay. Council President Hensley, and then, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some things were said since I raised my hand that kind of actually formed what I was thinking. I think that staff writes up some code language. I think it should go past the planning commission first, since that's their job, is the code, and they're well versed in it. And then it comes to us for final approval, and we can make some adjustments if need be, but I think it needs to first go through the planning commission.
Okay. Ms. Tickle.
I just wanted to say, I believe, and I'm kind of looking towards Don Hardy right now, but I believe that the Planning Commission is also continuing this conversation at their Monday, November 8th meeting, unless something has changed since I've been out.
We are.
You just answered it. Yep. You answered it, John. Thank you.
Great. So yeah, we continue to move forward. Good. I like it. Okay. All right. Well, according to Cupertino, council's got 4 minutes to take care of their own personal business before the meeting. Planning commissioners, it was wonderful to see you all. Thank you for the joint session here. Jamie, Brianna, excellent work. Thank you for keeping this meeting forward, and anxious to get this packaged up in a bowl and get moving forward. So wonderful. We'll be anxious to see any language. Thank you. And councilors, I believe we are on this very Zoom link for our meeting. So planning commissioners, thank you for your time, and we look forward to the next session. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Thank you and good evening.
Good evening, Canby. Welcome to the Canby City Council regular scheduled meeting for November 3rd, 2021. We just finished up a very good conversation, joint meeting with our planning commission, discussing food carts and food cart pods. So some great progress in that arena. So more to come on that later. So we just needed to take a little bit of a break before rolling into tonight. And so thank you for your patience. The first piece of order is citizen input and community announcements. This is an opportunity for audience members to address the city council on items not on the agenda. Each person will be given 3 minutes to speak. Staff and the city council will make every effort to respond to questions raised during citizen input before the meeting ends or as quickly as possible thereafter. If you do ever want to address the council while we're in Zoom sessions, please email or call the city recorder well before 7:30 on the day of our meetings, which are the first and third Wednesdays. With your name, the topic you'd like to speak on, and your contact information, you can email that to Bissett M, and that's BISSETM at cambyoregon.gov. Once your information is received, we will send special instructions to speak. And right now, we're still holding meetings virtually. Right now, the list of those that want to address the council are on an item later in the evening. So, Melissa, I don't think there's been anything non-agenda related in terms of speakers, correct?
That is correct.
Thanks, Melissa. Sorry. We got to come up with a new signal. You're going to have to run from your the podium there. Okay. So we have 2 public hearings this evening. Both of them are noise variance requests. So the first one is, so public hearing A is a noise variance request from the Oregon Department of Transportation. It is expected to be a 12 work days between March 1st in 2022 and September 1st of 2022. So the so expected address of the variance is for Oregon 99E and 4th Pine Street. That's about 3 days. Oregon 99E and South Ivy Street, Oregon 99E in Grant, and Oregon 99E in Burke Parkway. The matter presently before the hearing body requires a public hearing. All interested persons in attendance shall be heard on the matter. This public hearing was noticed, and those who wish to speak were instructed to contact the city recorder. We did not receive any requests to speak other than that we have the applicants here if they so choose to. Those people that are interested in testifying as either proponents or opponents, please indicate your desire to speak by raising your hand virtually at this time. Thanks, sir. For longer presentations, proponents and opponents may buy time from one another. In so doing, those either in favor or opposed may allocate their time to a spokesperson who will represent the entire group. All questions must be directed through the mayor. Any evidence to be considered must be submitted to the hearing body for public access. All written testimony received both for and against shall be summarized by staff and presented briefly to the hearing body during the staff report. The public hearing will be conducted as follows. We will hear the staff report. There will be questions, if any, by the hearing body or other staff members. I will then open the public hearing for testimony. Proponents, those that are for it, will have 3 minutes. Opponents will not have more than 3 minutes. And then I will close the public hearing. Any further questions by the hearing body? Then we will have discussion by the hearing body. The decision shall be made by the hearing body at the close of the hearing, or the matter will be continued to a date certain in the future. This will be the only notice of that date you will receive. Does anyone have any questions about the procedures of the hearing? All right. So we will move into the staff report and presentation.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, we don't per se have a staff report for this. We would defer to the applicant, which we have several representatives, I believe, on the line here from the Oregon Department of Transportation. So I would defer to them to provide any particulars on the reason behind the request and details.
Okay. Well, then I'll turn it over to Mr. Is it Devassi?
It is.
Okay.
Mr. Devassi, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for being here this evening. The floor is yours.
Thank you for having us. I was going to go ahead and share my screen. Give me 1 second. There it is. Bing. There we go. Can everyone see my screen?
Sure.
Okay. Well, thank you for having us, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate everyone's time, especially on a late night evening. This is our Oregon I-90 Canby paving and improvement project that we're requesting a noise variance. And I wanted to give you kind of a quick overview of the project. And then, of course, at the end, if there's any questions, I had brought a couple subject matter experts with me. Dustin with PBS, he's our consultant. And Rob, our noise specialist, Caitlin, our community affairs, and I believe Cody's with us with construction. Did I miss anyone? I don't think so, but if I did, let me know. All right, so here's a quick overview. We are paving and reconstructing sections of the Oregon 99E between the railroad crossings, which is north. You can kind of see that over on the right of the picture, upper right, and then southwest Berg Parkway in Canby, plus safety improvements. Some of the safety improvements include bike lanes, which would run from Berg to Elm. And then we also have sidewalk reconstructions in the green. You can kind of see patches of it kind of in the middle, but more north. A pedestrian refuge island. It's in black if you can see it. I'm kind of using my mouse, hopefully you can see it. It's right here by Knott Street to help with pedestrian crossing. We also have north and southbound transit stop upgrades. There's 6 of them that the city asked us to include in this project. We're also improving traffic signal upgrades, new pedestrian push buttons. We're removing the tracks, and that's the northern crossing here in red, the red circle. And then the bluish circle, we're removing and replacing those crossings. There's going to be new accessible sidewalk curb ramps. There's about 70 of those. And new pavement from Berg all the way to just past the crossings. We're going to be reconstructing the truck lane, which is kind of the B lane, we call it, but the outermost lane where most of the truck traffic is, we'll be reconstructing that so that way it'll last much, much longer than what it's last now. So we're hoping to provide hopefully a brand new road with a lot of safety improvements. Some of these improvements is kind of an example of what a curb ramp would look like. That's ADA compliant. Bike lanes go from Berg to South Elm. There's about 70 sidewalk curb ramps. New updated striping along the highway. We'll be removing the tracks again and realigning them. And then the Canby area transit improvements to increase safety, which this includes bus shelters and benches. Starting in September of 2020, we sent out surveys for about 4,000 households asking for feedback on safety, which we received and continue to use that information to design the project. Recently, we sent out notices about this hearing. Prior to construction, we will be sharing more information about the construction and the closures. And then also, if there's opportunities to sign up for those email updates on our website. Construction is planned for fall of 2022. Right now, we're currently in right-of-way phase and design, finishing up design. So we hope to put this out for bid this summer, and then fall 2022 construction will start and then end in 2023 in the fall. We anticipate doing the sidewalk and curb ramps first, and then paving in 2023. Construction will require nighttime lane closures, weekends, and weeknights. And some nights there will be flaggers directing traffic at intersections. We have around the clock signal lane closures for outside lane in either direction. We try to keep this to a minimum, so we have less than 1 mile segments, and then they'll work on a section and then move to another section. There'll be business access, will be maintained. We do have one full weekend closure, and that's because of the way the tracks need to be removed and replaced. And I'm going to provide a map of kind of what that looks like. We talked with the city and try to come up with the best scenario with less impact, with minimal impact. The closure here is in black and the detour route is in yellow. And at one spot, because of the tight radius or turning movement, we'll have 24-hour flagging. So to the noise, ODOT is requesting up to 24 weeks of night work throughout the project area. And that's between September 2022 and September 2023. Equipment would include miller grinder, dump truck, paver, generator, concrete pump truck, vacuum street sweeper, roller, jackhammer. You look at the next slide, I'll show you a comparison so you have an idea of what the DBAs are at. We have 50 to 100, 150. So we're looking at something similar to a blender or a vacuum cleaner at night. To kind of give you a comparison of common indoor noises. And I hope I'm not going too fast. I'm happy to go back. And Caitlin Jackson is our public contact. She's also online. And we also have our designer in construction and our noise specialist. Are there any questions?
I do have one question, Mr. Vossi, regarding business interruption. 99E is obviously a very major thoroughfare through our city. There's a number of different businesses along 99E. So my question is, one, outreach to those businesses about this project. How much lead time are we giving them to prepare for that? And then how are we going to mitigate egress and ingress interruptions?
Sure. Caitlin, would you want to reply to what ODOT's process is on informing the public and businesses prior to construction?
Happy to. Can everyone hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Thanks. So as the public contact, we will be communicating with those businesses, especially the ones fronting 99E. We are doing pavement repair, so it will be a little bit different than just the kind of the new pavement overlay that you might typically see. So we will be communicating directly with those businesses so that they know what to expect during construction. It'll either be myself or one of our consultants will communicate with them directly to let them know a little bit in advance. I don't know a precise timeline, but when we get closer, we'll let them know generally works occurring, and then we'll try to follow up with them to give them a more precise timeline about when we'll be in front of their business. I hope that answers the first part of the question, and I'd like to toss it back to either Dustin or Robert for the second part about how to mitigate construction impacts.
Yes, I was going to ask if Dustin wanted to address the second part.
Yeah, that would be fine. So we have coordinated with any landowners that would have an impacted access during construction. So those discussions have started at an individual level. The other thing that we've built into our design plans and contract is that the contractor shall maintain access to these properties. In most cases, the driveways are wide enough that, say I'll use a gas station as an example, that the driveway could be built in halves and coordinated with the landowner. And in cases where they're narrow enough that they would have to be closed and replaced in one shot, we've made sure that there's an alternate access either on a side street that can be accessed and will be maintained access during that construction period.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. This is a very long time in coming project, and you definitely hit on some very key points here, especially the transit stops and light improvements and the ADA ramp. So, we're very, very excited about this. Thank you. Councilor Barwick, then Councilor Spoon.
Thank you. Yeah, and hopefully you guys are able to see the chat. We did that below. There was a question in the chat from our fire department about access. But my questions are, first of all, are we still in site design, and is there any ability to add anything like planter strips or whatnot down the middle? Canby has a motto of the garden spot, and it doesn't make sense to me that we don't have gardens or planters in the middle of 99 being kind of, that's our motto. And is it possible to still add that? And then secondly are any businesses losing driveway access, or what's being abandoned as far as when you repave and whatnot and redo the sidewalks? Is anybody going to lose access? I know there's some businesses that don't have very good access already, and I imagine that that might not bode well for them if they don't have access to their buildings. Those would just be my two questions.
Yeah, great questions. And this is Robert, the project manager for ODOT. I'll go ahead and address the first one. I'm trying to remember, I'm still focused on the access part, which we should not be taking any access away. The first one was, the plant. Yes, we are currently working with Jerry and Scott. We plan on replying back by next week. We're pulling together estimates. There are some things that we can still include, like landscaping and the entrance into the city. We're looking at what that cost would be and how we about including that in the project. So we are working with the city currently, and we hope to be able to include as much as we can without impacting the project schedule or right away. So we hope to be able to include as much as we can, including landscaping and anything else that's being requested. As for access, maybe Dustin can hit on that a little bit. We will be providing access. We do not plan on taking away access, at least as far as I'm aware of.
I think there is one access at Total Car Care that coordinated with a single closure on, and that went through formal process of working with the landowner to identify that closure and working with them on how that could unfold and still maintain a viable business. And we went through the reasons for all that, which were primary safety and function of OR 99E and the proximity of that particular access. And there's more information, obviously, that Tori has and could be provided if needed. That's kind of just my overview of that.
And Dustin, is that temporary or is that permanent?
That one access of all the accesses that we worked on, that is a permanent removal of that one driveway.
But they still have another.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Correct. They still have two other accesses to the property. One which still fronts 99E, and the other one's from the adjacent roadway. I think is Grant.
Great, thank you.
I'm also happy when you guys are ready to hit on the fire and ambulance question. If there's a more specific question to that, what that was related to. So during the full closure, so we have worked with the emergency services during the development of this detour route. And we currently have in our specifications that during the closure, yeah, thank you, Robert. During the closure in that area that is grayed out, that there shall be a 10-foot wide through access maintained at all times during the full closure period. And so the contractor will be responsible for maintaining that and being ready to provide emergency services access through there. The topic of this detour route and that critical I believe it's a 2-minute period of trying to get to someone who needs help. That was considered here and definitely a reason for us to put that into our specifications and project documents.
Thank you, Dustin. I know we were happy to be able to work with the emergency staff with Canby and make sure that this is something that will work. And that was their request, to be able to have access during construction through the closure and how important it was.
Great, thank you. So that doesn't answer their question. I'm sure Chief Dale will, I think it's Chief Dale or Chief English will throw it back up there. Councilor Spoon and then Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you so much, team from ODOT, for coming and sharing this information with us. It's obviously a project of high interest to our community. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that gets regular questions. So some of this clarity is really helpful and the partnership is helpful. My question is kind of related to what Councilor Varwig asked in regards to the things that you're trying to determine if we may or may not add. Are you looking through our 99E beautification plan and kind of, are you able to tell us what's possible, what's not possible, or do you have that plan and as part of the process?
Dustin, do you want to talk a little bit about what we've included already with the plan? When we started our design, we used that as guidelines and the scope started out as staying within the curb. We weren't, our scope was not to move the curb, but would stay within the curb. And so we started with that plan. We looked at things that we can include, like the bike lane. And now the city approached us and said, hey, can you include even more? So we are looking at, as long as it doesn't impact the project schedule or right away, we're going to provide a cost to it and then talk with the city on what they want, what they don't want. Did I hit everything, Dustin? If you want to talk a little bit more about kind of
right. Yeah.
Prepared.
So the nice thing about the process that we ran through here at ODOT was they have a process in place when projects like this occur. It's a blueprint for urban design, and they look at communities' broader planning documents. And it's my job as the designer to go through that and see what we can fit into the project based on its scope. And like Robert mentioned, there are some constraints to the scope and funding of ODOT's project, with the curbs being fixed. And one of the things when you look at the Canby plan is some of those modifications do require some curbs to move. But what we were able to incorporate were the bike lanes to the south end of the project, which was something that was important in that plan. There are opportunities in the future for additional elements to be included, say should the sidewalks be widened, but there was a balance of right of way, and we weren't planning to replace sidewalks unless there were, like say, gravel travel areas that were going to be sidewalk infills, which Robert also mentioned. So I'd say the bike lane, sidewalk infills were another. We also looked into reducing lane widths and also partnered with the city on doing a speed zone reduction. And though the reduction was mainly to just kind of balance out the speed zone that was already out there from, it was kind of like an overlap of 40 mile an hour and 35 mile an hour to make it more consistent to be 35. We also reduced the lanes to facilitate that physical speed reduction that is really required. You know, you can change signing, but making those physical changes like striping are always nice to align with that. So that was implemented as well. And then I think for the most part, those were the elements that we were able to incorporate. I don't know, Robert, if you have anything else. I
guess I have a more specific question that might be helpful. Like,
Yeah.
I know that in the 99E beautification plan, there's some things like bollards, or where there's like a change in the color or design of the paving. Like, are any of those possibilities moving forward, do you think?
Yeah, those are items that Robert mentioned that we're currently working with the city to consider. And those are nicely defined. There's good exhibits of what those look like. I believe within that, there's also a table that shows projected costs for what that planning document had. And so there's costs associated with the bridge and both of the enhancements at either side of the city. So we're currently looking at cost estimates to see where that might balance out. And again, like Robert mentioned, elements that are, within right of way and will fit within the schedule will be utilized.
Yeah, I was just wondering I wanted to make sure that they were consistent with the beautification plan we had, and we were talking about the same types of elements. That's awesome. Thank you.
Correct. Yep.
And just to clarify, our project is a resurfacing paving project. And so when we started out, there were some things that our funding would not take into account, like the beautification elements of that plan. And so our focus was to make sure that our road would last. And paving that road, what it triggered was the curb ramps. So we were required by FHWA to do the curb ramps. So the city's coming back with some money and saying, hey, can you do more? And we would happy to, as long as we can fit it within our schedule and within the right of way. So that's exactly what we're trying to do now, is look at, since we're getting funding from the city, if they want to do more. And we're going to do our best to see if we can fit that design in and include, colored concrete on the approach into the city, and what else that the city may request.
Great. Thank you. Council President Hensley, and then Councilor Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to the staff from MoDOT for providing answers to those questions on beautification and the 99E plan and access. It was good information to have, but this is a public hearing on a noise ordinance, so I'm going to ask my questions on the matter before us. I'm seeing on here that it's a time frame of about 6 months, but it's 12 working days. Is that correct? About 3 days in four different locations. Are you hearing me?
Rob, do you want to answer that?
It is. So this is on the secondary. The 2399. Yes, there's like four areas, and the nearest residence to any of the four areas is about 255 feet. And at that distance, you're going to get approximately 61 dBA, which is basically the sound that you would hear from the road. We're 50 feet away from it normally.
Okay, and are those residents notified, or will they be notified when this is going to happen?
Caitlin, are you on 22339?
Hi. So I think that there's a slight amount of confusion. So there are actually two noise ordinances on the table tonight.
Yes.
And so Robert presented on our 99E paving project, which is more than 12 nights. It's, I believe, 24 weeks of night work over a year. And then there's another noise ordinance on the table for a smaller period of time. For both of those projects, they would be notified of nighttime noise, and we provide a 24-hour nighttime noise hotline in advance of the work to address any nighttime noise concerns. I'm not assigned to both projects, but that's our protocol for nighttime noise.
I guess I just want to make sure that the residents will be notified. That's really my only question. It looks like a 6-month project, but then when you dial it down, it's only 12 days. So I just want to make sure that people are aware and know what to expect. That's all. And this is a hearing about noise variance. So I wanted to circle us back to the matter at hand.
So the reason why there's such a long construction window is because the arts project is over multiple jurisdictions. And since we can't dictate to the, when we put it out to bid, we're not going to dictate to the contractor, you can only work in this jurisdiction at this time, this jurisdiction at this time. So they get to schedule it, which is why sometimes you'll see stuff come across to you that says, here's this big, large construction window, but there's only going to be working 12 nights in your town. Oh, I'm sorry, you're on mute.
So that's for the arts project itself. The paving project will have a longer duration of nighttime work. So those are two different permits, correct?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Anything else, Council President Hensley?
No, that's all. I just wanted to ask questions about the noise variance stuff. I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bangs. You're muted, sir.
Speaking of noise, that was 0 decibels. Just one last question here for Caitlin. You'll be notifying the city as well, right? The city could also help spread the word when this is actually going to be happening. All right. And
absolutely. And we would really appreciate the help. We love when local jurisdictions get the word out. It's extremely helpful, and we definitely would appreciate that help.
I think the city will appreciate the noise, given that we're going to have a nice highway as a result. And so, I don't see any anticipation of the problems, just as long as people know in advance. And I do want to throw a pitch in for pedestrian crossing on Ivy, Grant, and Elm. It's 5 lanes of traffic followed by a bunch of railroad, and it's scary. So it sounds like Councilor Smoon addressed that, and it sounds like Scott Archer is already working with ODOT for that. So I don't have anything.
Thank you. Council President Hensley, did you have something else?
Oh, sorry, just forgot to Lorman. And I've had some complaints about internet. I don't know what to say. I have what people say the best in town. So maybe to go back to 10%.
Councilor Banks, did you have something else?
No, sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure when there's hands up, I want to make sure I get them. Okay. Any other questions at all about the noise variance? Okay. Well, then I'm going to open up the public hearing for anybody, any proponents out there, which I don't think we had any necessarily. Seeing none, I'll move into any opponents that are present that don't want us to grant noise variance for this construction project. Okay. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Any other questions by staff or by the council? Would the council be interested in, since I know we got into a little bit into the weeds there, so Council President Hensley, thank you for bringing us back on track to the public hearing at hand. Would it be of an interest to have a greater conversation regarding what is being proposed as construction along there? And we got into the 99E plan, and we got into, and my fault for getting into ingress and egresses for the business. So I apologize for taking us down that rabbit hole, but is that an interest piece perhaps that the council may have? Councilor Spoon?
Yeah, a couple of us talked to Scott and planning or urban renewal chair Barwig about this earlier, and Scott kind of indicated now might be a good time to ask some of our questions to ODOT, which is probably why we got off track a little bit there. But I think this conversation will be coming up in a URA meeting already when we get a little bit more direction from ODOT on what we can and can't do. So I think that's already kind of in the works.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay. Not seeing any other conversation pieces necessarily. I guess we have two options in front of us, council: approve the noise variance application or deny the request. So anyone have a proposed motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to grant noise variance to ODOT for estimated 12 days of work for installation of reflective backing on existing traffic lights at OR 99E and 4th and Pine Streets, estimated 3 days. Oregon 99E and South Ivy Street, estimated 3 days. Oregon 99E and South Grant Street, estimated 3 days. Oregon 99E and Southwest Berg Parkway, estimated 3 days. For work between March 1st, 2022 and September 1st, 2022.
Councilor Spoon seconds. Thank you. Motion's been made by Councilor Barwig and seconded by Councilor Spoon to grant a noise variance to ODOT for estimated 12 days of work for installation of reflective backing on existing traffic lights at Oregon 99E and 4th Pine Street, an estimated 3 days. Oregon 99E and South Ivy Street, also an estimated 3 days. Oregon 99E and South Grant Street, estimated at 3 days. Oregon 99E and Southwest Berg Parkway, estimated 3 days. And that work is to be between March 1st of 2022 and September 1st of 2022. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Wait.
Sorry, Councilor Bang, sorry, I missed your hand.
Thank you. Two things. Number one, is Elm Street, am I missing that? Are we not doing the new reflective lighting on Elm Street? It's not listed in our city.
It is not.
It is listed on the ODOT map, though.
That's a great catch, Councilor Bang.
I would move to add Elm Street to the motion.
Second.
That'd be an amendment.
Well, yeah, it would need to be an amendment by the person who made the motion, I believe. But in discussion, can we have ODOT respond to that question of whether or not they're actually going to do Elm Street? ODOT, can you answer that question? And if so, I will amend my motion.
I'm sorry. I did. Okay. I'm the noise specialist, so I'm not the project manager. So unfortunately, I'm the wrong person to ask on that particular one. But I can get back to Jen Bachman. And you're saying that you do not see. You would like one on 99E and Elm also?
Your map, the one that Mr. DeBassi was showing us, indicates that Elm Street will also have.
Okay, that Robert might be able to. Is Robert still on?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, so that might be part of your project. That might not be part of Jen's eStarts.
Yeah, Dustin, I'm trying to think of that design element.
Yeah, so whatever elements were shown on your map, Robert, are different. I mean, that's a different project.
Yes.
The elements that were shown on the map that Robert was running through are related to the paving project and our traffic signal enhancements associated with ADA ramps, push buttons, and such. If the reflector back plates as defined in that other one don't include Elm, we like other Robert said, sorry, we would have to check in with Jen Bachman.
Mr. Mayor, may I interrupt for a moment?
Yes, Mr. Hunter.
So it occurs to staff that there are actually 2 different noise variances that are being requested. And you went and kind of put those all into one hearing. So it might actually make the most sense to amend your motion to actually add the second variance into one motion and call it one hearing instead of having a second hearing on it. And then the other point that I would make is, why not, in an abundance of caution, just add Elm Street now so these gentlemen don't have to come back later?
That sounds wonderful, Joe. So I will amend the motion then to also approve the noise variance for 99E and Elm Street, as well as the noise variance for Oregon Department of Transportation for up to 24 weeks of night work between September 2022 and September 2023 for a 1 mile stretch of highway known as First Avenue between South Pine Street and South Berg Parkway.
And I will second that.
Okay, I'll give me 1 second to write this out here.
While the mayor is writing, I will add as a matter of order, I think that any counselor can make an amendment to any motion. It doesn't need to be the original maker. Not that I focused on that, but I just think that anyone can amend a motion.
The original maker has to agree to it, though.
Actually, in an amendment, the council has to second the amendment, discuss, and vote on the amendment. It doesn't need to be agreed to unless it's a friendly amendment. Not that this is unfriendly, but I just think anyone can make an amendment.
Not gonna argue. Not worth my time.
Please take it offline. Thank you. All right, so just make sure I got this, Councilor Varway. It's so you've made the motion to grant a noise variance to ODOT for an estimated 12 days of work for installation of reflective backing on existing traffic lights at Oregon 99E and 4th Pine Street, Oregon 99E and South Ivy Street, Oregon 99E and South Grant Street, Oregon 99E and Elm Street, and Oregon 99E and South Berg Parkway for work between March 1st, 2022 and September 1st of 2022. Also to include the noise variance for 24 weeks of paving between September 2022 and September of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
That was seconded by Councilor Spoon. Great. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Okay, that motion carries 6-0. That noise variances have been approved. Thank you. Appreciate you all coming. It's nice to see all y'all from ODOT. We appreciate you spreading some joy through our happy town here. So thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having us.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Bye.
Okay. Next on the agenda, since we killed 2 public hearings with 1 stone, I appreciate that. Thank you, Joe. We're going to get an update on the open space in on the Ivy Ridge subdivision. And Scott, here.
Thank you, Mayor Hodson and Council. This topic came up at the last council meeting. There were some questions and conversation around this open space in the Ivy Ridge subdivision. And we thought it would be helpful for everybody to, for us to provide some background and just information in general on how this came to be. We have on the line with us our senior planner, Ryan Potter, and also planner Eric Forsell, and then again, Mr. Hardy, our planning director, is here in the council chambers room to help answer any questions. I believe Ryan is going to lead out the conversation here.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Can everyone hear me okay?
Ryan, excuse me real quick. I meant to also say, Council, this wasn't brought to you for any action per se. It was just an informational update. I just wanted to make that clarification. Sorry, Ryan. Thank you.
No problem. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Okay.
Yes, Ryan.
I'm going to share my screen here. Let's see. Okay, can everyone see the purple slide? Okay, great. Okay, so we have we've heard some concerns over the issue of park dedications and collection of system development charges, SDCs, in lieu sometimes of dedications. And so and we had received some questions about one subdivision in particular. So I'm going to just go over some backstory, and then you're certainly able to, we're here for any questions that you might have. Let's see here. Okay, so just to introduce this topic, as most of you know, when residential subdivisions come through for review, land is either dedicated per our municipal code for park space to go along with the subdivision, or system development charges, SDCs, are collected that go into the pot for the city to build parks and recreation projects. In some cases, it's a mixture of those two. So the reality is most of the subdivisions that come through our department are smaller. And so, as I've noted here on the slide, most subdivisions only pay SDCs. So we, not every subdivision warrants having its own park. And we've certainly received the direction over the years that, we don't want a lot of little tiny parks for our parks department to maintain, because that's not always the best way to provide recreational services. So I've got a couple examples on the screen that have come through recently: Beckwood Place and Redwood Landing 3. These are examples of subdivisions that don't have park space, and so we're just collecting SDCs. Right now, it's about $6,000 per single family house, and it's a little bit more for multifamily units. Larger subdivisions, there's more discretion involved. So the larger you get of a subdivision, then there begins to be questions about does this warrant its own park space or a piece of the larger recreational system that we have in town. So the questions that we received are in particular about Ivy Ridge Estates. This is a subdivision on the south side of town, between South Fir and South Ivy, south of Hope Village. And so this was a subdivision that was approved in 2018, and 3 tracts of land were dedicated. And I think some of the questions are kind of revolving around, like, why was this amount of land dedicated for park space? And what was the story behind that? So here is the map of the subdivision. And then on this next slide, I've kind of highlighted where the park space that's internal or sort of internal to the subdivision is, and how that links into our Emerald Necklace concept that I'll talk about in a little bit. But in this particular subdivision, there's 2 park spaces that are across from each other, and they were really intended to connect that whole residential area with this larger trail amenity along the south side of Canby. And so, as you can see, even though especially Tract A is a little bit more internal, there's a direct linkage to this park space or this trail that will be developed by the developer. And so when subdivisions like this one come through, there's quite a bit of regulatory context that's considered when the city is looking at whether we want parkland dedicated or not. And so the first that I've listed here is our municipal code. And so there's a whole chapter 16.120 that's that deals with parks and open space provision in the city. And in there, there's specific park dedication criteria. So there's outlines the reasons and the methods for acquiring parkland from development. And then in addition to that, there's these more foundational documents that have been adopted in the city. One of those is our adopted Parks Master Plan. Related to that was a Canby Parks acquisition plan. And then there was some community visioning done in 2013. And these are pretty old, obviously. The Parks Master Plan we're actually in the midst of updating right now because this is pretty old. But in 2018, when the planning department was contemplating the residential development in the side of town, these were definitely considered. And specifically, all three of these address the whole Emerald Necklace concept, which is having a trail system that connects to the logging trail and then connects our other major park amenities like Community Park, Molalla State Park, and then in this case, a trail along the bluff on the south side of town. So there's the code, there's the foundational documents, and then in certain cases, and in this one in particular, there's a development concept plan. And so before this subdivision came to Planning Commission for approval, there was a development concept plan for this whole sector of town that laid out all the parameters for how development would be designed when individual subdivisions were proposed. And so that was actually adopted by council also in 2018, but about 6 months prior to the subdivision. And this is a graphic from the DCP. So this was adopted in February of 2018. And as you can see, this covers more than Ivy Ridge. It covers Ivy Ridge, Beck Pond, and then some of the other parcels in between and around them. And so if you look at the westernmost green stretch, that's where this DCP contemplated Beck Pond would dedicate park space. And then to the right is Ivy Ridge that has another piece of that trail puzzle that the planning team over the years has tried to build piece by piece. And so if you look back at the subdivision for Ivy Ridge Estates, it's almost identical. That's not always the case for when subdivisions come through after a DCP. But this is obviously the developer for Ivy Ridge was very closely matching what was adopted in the DCP. And so that's a big piece of the decision making that went into why this park space was dedicated where it was. So our municipal code, I won't read all of these, but I just wanted to highlight that there are criteria for taking on dedications where it's been deemed appropriate. Two of those I'll just highlight. One is compatibility with the Park and Recreation Master Plan and other related plans. And that's kind of where that Emerald Necklace concept is highlighted. And then also number 6 is connections and continuity of open space links, trails, and other major components of open space systems for parks. And I'll just note, none of us were actually around in 2018. So we're kind of, I know I wasn't personally in the conversations that led to what was in the DCP, but this is certainly one of the major factors that was considered when those park spaces were planned programmatically is that these residential areas would have park space that connects into the overall system. Here are just a couple of maps that are pretty old, but they show how long this concept of the Emerald Necklace has been around. This is from 2013, and it shows a conceptual idea of a trail that would go around the perimeter of Canby and would connect, in the long run, connect Canby Community Park to the west, and then with the logging road trail to the east, and then everything to the north. This is a similar map from the community visioning that happened about 15 years ago. And this actually highlights with the circles where people in the community thought there would be opportunities for connections in the park system to connect into that Emerald Necklace. And so when the DCP came before Planning Commission and City Council, and then later the subdivisions, they were really building park space to be part of this system. And so this is a snapshot of Clackamas County's tax lot map system. And these are the pieces that have already been dedicated in this side of town. So you can see with Beck Pond, there was a stretch along the bluff that connects into the neighborhood, but then builds a piece of the trail behind the neighborhood. And then to the right, again, is Ivy Ridge that's also building a stretch of the trail and then some park space that ties into it. And we've certainly heard, and I know I have heard from the Parks Advisory Board that they've also had questions about, aren't some of these pieces, especially the piece behind Beck Pond, it seems random. Right now, you walk back there and it's just a little dead end. But here I'm trying to kind of show that it's part of a larger incremental building of this larger amenity. And so the second phase of Ivy Ridge is going through plat review at the county right now. And so it will dedicate the rest of that green space that was shown on my earlier slides for Ivy Ridge. But then I've included red arrows here showing where the larger trail will be built incrementally over time. Is there gaps that will be gaps for a while? Yes. We know some of the property owners between Beck Pond and Ivy Ridge aren't going to sell anytime soon. So those will be gaps, but this is really our best chance during the subdivision phase to get pieces of that land dedicated so that it can be added to the system. And then next, this will be coming to this body, I believe in a couple weeks, but we do have another annexation of DCP to the east of Ivy that will have similar concepts and will be expected to also build onto this system. So I hope that helps a little. We're certainly here to answer questions. I just wanted to wrap this up by saying that staff has definitely heard that, especially in the last 3 years that I've been here, I know I've heard multiple times, everyone would like the dedication of park space to just be vetted more comprehensively. I think there's some feelings that, especially our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, aren't in on some of the bigger programmatic decision making that goes into where the city's interested in having park space dedicated. So we have been talking about new ways to increase the role of the Parks and Recreation Board. We're certainly going to notice them more when subdivisions are coming forward to go before Planning Commission. And then perhaps most exciting, as I mentioned earlier, we are updating our Parks and Recreation Master Plan right now, which includes an update to our SDC methodology. And so one of the big things that effort that will extend into early next year is really solidifying what our strategy is. What are our priorities for the park spaces that we want? What are our needs, especially in these areas of the community that are growing? And then also really clarifying and solidifying our criteria for, which park spaces we want to take, how much SDCs that we're going to charge, and then, just a strategy for when we want to collect the in lieu fees and more when we're really interested in taking meaningful park space. So all three of us are here. If you have any questions, and I hope that clarifies. Thanks.
Ryan, thank you very much for that. I appreciate the presentation. Councillor Spoon, you have your hand up first, and then Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, planning team. This is something that we have been, I'll speak for me, but from my recollection, the majority of council on my time has been frustrated by this process, and this is the first time anyone from staff has really come to us to explain. I appreciate that. I have some specific questions. So the emerald necklace part that you showed us, the progress, I don't recall us ever objecting to the emerald necklace. I definitely think that that's a transformative plan. But that section A in the Ivy Ridge is the one that kind of confuses me because that is a bit of a surprise to me. Okay. Is that already dedicated? Is that already approved as dedication?
Part of it was in the first phase and is dedicated. And the second part of it will be dedicated with the plat that's at the county right now. But it is an approved project with approved conditions from 2018.
So I'll give some thoughts on the general SDC thing. Another question I have is, are we going to get a new parks acquisition plan as part of the master plan process? Because that seems to be a repeated barrier to us achieving some of the goals we've had as a council.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the big recommendations that comes out of the Parks Master Plan, because one of the big things is going to be a list of priorities. And so we're really going to be looking for our consultant team to forward us some recommendations for the next steps for acquiring parkland. And part of that hasn't quite shaken out yet, and we don't really know what the results of the Parks Master Plan are going to be. Their analysis might prove that the city really needs to start banking land, acquiring land itself for some, bigger amenities, or based on the demographic analysis or the needs that people have voiced in the public surveys, that maybe a range of smaller facilities that are built as part of subdivisions. So yes. So I think short answer, yes, that's going to be one of the very next steps once we finish up this plan.
Okay. And then the Ivy Ridge, that section A. So I'm going to talk specifically about that. And then I just want to share some thoughts about the SDC park dedication process in general. That section A, one of my concerns with pocket parks, these neighborhood parks that are dedicated, and is that there's not parking available, so they become insular use for that neighborhood. They're supported by all the taxpayers, and there's an equity issue from my perspective where only these new developments that have $600,000+ homes get these new shiny parks, and people that live in older neighborhoods or in lower income areas don't get the same access to parks. So from my perspective, there's an equity issue unless we put parking. So my thought is that I would like to see if this section A is going to happen, I think we owe it to the citizens that can't afford a $600,000 home that we have some parking available so that they too can access this park. Specifically as it relates to my frustration with the park dedication process that we have now. So one of the barriers for us to adding new parks in the last decade has been the strain on our park maintenance funds. And my frustration with this specifically is that we have a park advisory board and a council, all of which are very interested in advancing park projects, but we never have enough park maintenance funds. And then these developers come in, throw a park in, don't give us SDCs, and now our park maintenance funds go to these parks that haven't been vetted by the advisory board or by council for usage, because sometimes they'll just develop them and we don't develop them. And that totally bypasses the community input process and the visioning process that citizens participate in developing parks. So I don't think it really, like, from my perspective, it's like the developer says, okay, I'm going to put this park, then it's not accessible to all the citizens, and the developer decides what's going to be there instead of the people that live there. Like, that kind of bypasses the input process, and that's really frustrating to me. So if we're going to do these parks in the future until we have another process, I would really like to see planning require some community input in what the park is and what it looks like. And I would love to see us add parking so that that park is accessible to people that don't live in that neighborhood. And finally, my frustration is that when we get these pocket parks and the developer doesn't pay SDCs, it makes it so we are outpaced in the rising cost of real estate to take those potential SDC dollars and buy larger parcels of land where we could put transformative parks like a sports complex or a rec center. Like, if we don't have land available for that, and then we don't get park SDCs at the rate that real estate's rising in cost, then we're always chasing that bigger piece of land that kind of is that transformative park that we've been talking about. So since you haven't been here, these are some conversations we've had over the last several years, but hopefully until we get a new parks acquisition plan and the code is changed, we can at least increase community input. Like, I think Timber Park was done with basically no community input, right? It's just the developer came in, made that park, and the community didn't get any input. And then now we have to maintain it. But at the same time, our park maintenance was already stressed and we couldn't add new parks because we couldn't maintain them. And so it just seems like a backwards process to me. So I just wanted to share those thoughts. And I know that there's process to go through. I have absolutely no problem with parcel B, love the emerald necklace. But parcel A is confusing to me because I'm not sure how that becomes a park for the city if people can't drive and park there, right? And so that's where I get a little bit confused. I'm not against it. I don't know what it's going to be. But I'd like to, at the very least, see some parking there so there's some more equity to it. Those are just my thoughts. Thanks.
Yeah, I wrote down a couple notes while you're speaking, Councilor Spoon. So in this case, the developer dedicated that land, but they will not be developing it. The SDC in lieu fee that they got just covered the dedication. So it will be in the mix for areas that the city can future plan a park. And so the Parks Advisory Board is aware that these parcels are in the mix now. And so I believe, I know our Public Works Department has started discussions with the Parks Advisory Board about what their thoughts are on the timing and the level of amenities that we might put in these spaces. So I think they'll definitely appreciate the feedback on parking, because I think because these particular pieces will be actually developed as programmed park at a later date, that there's still an opportunity to add parking there.
A question about what you just said. Do you know how much in the SDCs they did not have to pay because of that parcel? I don't expect you to know. You did. I didn't. You know, but if you did know,
I don't know. I do know that they dedicated beyond. So there's actually more space, park space there than they got credits for, because you only get credit for based on the formula that's in our code. So they dedicated their share and then a little bit beyond that.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thanks.
But I did. Some of your comments just in general about pocket parks and also parking. Those are definitely things that we've heard from the Parks Advisory Board as well. So our department's definitely heard those loud and clear. And I think what's good is a lot of the areas that can be developed in our UGB in the future are also going to be in DCPs. And so, including the one that's going before this body in a couple weeks. And so I think now that we have all this additional awareness about everyone's views on park dedication, that there'll be an opportunity for especially this body and public comment on what gets adopted in those DCPs. And I think Joe might have some comments as well.
I just wanted to correct the record because they are going to be doing, I think, a 10-foot bike path as part of, the developers actually going to make that.
Right.
Parcel they are going to be developing. Just to answer your question more fully, Councilor Smith.
Yeah, so I'm sorry if I was unclear. Yeah, so the path that tied the piece of the trail for the Emerald Necklace, that they're going to build that. I was speaking more about the internal tracks, about those being developed later as parks.
Thank you, Ryan. Councilor Parker.
I always hate coming after Councilor Spoon. My comments are much less elegant and more to the point. In my experience on the council, we've received some pretty lousy little pieces of land. One we still don't know what to do with over by Trost. And in another case, one we actually stopped where a developer wanted to give us basically swampland that they couldn't develop and call that as their park contribution. If it were up to me, in most cases, I'd be happy to take the cash and then go buy the land we need. If it happens to be adjacent and part of fulfilling the Emerald Necklace, great. But from my standpoint, I want the Parks Committee deciding on where those SDCs, where those pocket parks, if we're going to have them from the subdivision, to go. I don't want the developers making that decision of putting it in some random place. Timber Park's a good example. That I don't think that's the right location for a park, but that's where the developer put them. So just from my standpoint, I'd like us to be much more in control of park dedication. I'd prefer to take the SDCs, except in the case where it advances the city's long-range plans.
And I think that will be shown in the Parks Master Plan. The input that we've received from City Council and the Planning Commission and our Parks Advisory Board, that's crucial for that plan. And so I think you'll be happy when you see that it's capturing those sentiments.
Councilor Spoon, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I'm sorry. There was one more question I meant to ask and forgot. So I was talking about this process, and everyone knows my frustrations with pocket park dedication. And someone from Planning Commission told me that when the subdivision was approved, I believe that they recalled that in this case the developer was going to maintain that park through HOA fees. Do you know if that's the case, or if the city's going to be maintaining that park?
Eric might be able to chime in because he knows a little bit more about Ivy Ridge. It's not my understanding that there will be an HOA maintaining the internal park space, but Eric, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, sure. In this instance, the HOA would not be maintaining the dedication. There are some other instances, and I don't want to dive into future matters that this body could hear, but there are some instances where a dedication could happen and then the HOA still maintains the park or builds amenities and maintains the park, but actually dedicates the land over. And that's where we would get into a little more complicated SDC analysis, I think, which would be good to vet with the Parks Advisory Board and Planning Commission. but the simple answer in this instance, this would be the city maintaining those tracks.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I will add that I can think of another example that wasn't even mentioned, which is the first phases of Redwood Landing, which is in the east part of town. That we've also had some land dedicated, also because it was programmatically shown in a DCP. I don't think it's meaningful at all, and I think staff definitely. We definitely share your sentiment that we're not interested in taking these little random remnant leftovers because that it doesn't serve the interest of the community.
Yeah, Ryan, I think, again, with this project, and I remember, Councilor Spoon and I think agreeing on that whole, you're saying, just like, look at this piece going on. And yeah, it fits the Emerald Necklace. And then, the initial developer pitched the whole plot A, plot B piece. And then I think when it changed hands, as the original developer is now not, I think it's changed hands twice maybe. And it's since come in and we pushed back and said, well, there's this opportunity to connect the Emerald Necklace. Let's do that. And on the heels of that was the project that Ryan was just talking about, where we were like, hey, we're getting your slopey land for parks. And that's where I think the council really said, okay, enough is enough. We need to have a bigger say. Councilor Parker's point is give us the dollars. And we'll figure out, if we've got to, we know, right, strategically, the way our city is going to grow is to the south and to the east. It doesn't make sense to us to bank the dollars to then purchase 40 acres, 30 acres somewhere to the south and to the east, right? So I don't know if that's something that we need to come back and memorialize in some way. Again, we don't want to necessarily handcuff future councils, but that's got to be captured some way and in some fashion. And again, that's council coming up with grandiose ideas and staff figuring out how to fulfill our dreams of grandeur. So I'll leave that to you, Ryan and Eric and Don to figure out. Any other questions or comments for staff regarding this project and whatnot?
Mr. Mayor, could I just add one thing for council? Yeah. Great comments, and thank you for all the comments you've given us. I think in addition to the Parks Advisory Board connection and their input, just the part about the community input, and just a suggestion that we could be implementing as planning staff. There's a neighborhood meeting that's required for all these projects. And I think as part of that, we can clearly articulate to the applicant that they're going to need to specify the degree of that input from the neighborhood, as well as having that clearly articulated at the Planning Commission as an item for our application, the submittal, to address that. And I think that's another layer here that we clearly can ask for as part of that review process. So just wanted to add that in as well.
Great, Don. Thank you. I think that's a good solution, perhaps. To the planning team, thank you for responding so quickly on and doing some digging and some research and just kind of highlighting how we got to where we were with the subdivision. And we as a council we're bombarded with a lot of information, meeting after meeting and week after week, and we do what we can to keep notes. And now with the work that staff has done for easier electronic access that we can get into, it's good sometimes to have a history lesson on some of these projects that have gone on when they happened back in 2018, and now they're coming to fruition and going, how did we get here again? So thank you for doing that. And Scott, thanks for helping put that together as well. Great. Thank you, planning team. Appreciate it for sticking around until almost 9 o'clock with us. So thank you. All right, we're going to move into our ordinances for the evening. We have a couple of them. The first ordinance is to consider ordinance number 1563, an ordinance proclaiming annexation in the city of Canby, and this is up for second reading. Scott, any added information regarding this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No new information. We provided council with a on this at the last meeting. So unless you have any questions for staff, no new information, and we're just recommending approval.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I move we adopt ordinance number 1562, an ordinance authorizing the city of Canby to enter into, I'm sorry, wrong one. I'm on the wrong spot of the page. Okay, I move that we adopt ordinance 1563, an ordinance proclaiming annexation into the city of Canby, Oregon, 1.31 acres of real property described as a land situated southwest quarter of section 4, T.4S.1E.W.M, tax map 41E04CA, and approximately 0.06 acres of adjacent South First Street right-of-way, and amending the existing county zoning from exclusive farm use, EFU, to city medium-density residential R1.5 for the entire area, and setting the boundaries of the property to be included within the city limits. This is the second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Council President Hensley and seconded by Councilor Spoon to adopt ordinance number 1563, an ordinance proclaiming annexation into the city of Canby, Oregon of 1.31 acres of real property described as land situated southwest quarter of section 4, P.4S, R.1E.WM. Tax map 41E04CA, and approximate 0.06 acres of adjacent South First Street right-of-way, and amending the existing county zoning and exclusive farm use EFU to city medium-density residential R-1.5 for the entire area, and setting the boundaries of the property to be included within the city limits. So second reading, roll call vote.
Councilor Bajoran,
Aye.
Councilor Banks,
Aye.
Council President Hensley,
Aye.
Councilor Spoon,
Aye.
Councilor Parker,
Aye.
Councilor Barwick.
Abstain.
That motion carries 501. Thank you. Our next ordinance this evening to consider is number 1562, an ordinance authorizing the city of Canby to enter into a purchase agreement with Western Systems to buy a sewer pipe crawler camera. I know we had some extensive conversation on this last week. Basically, it's just that. It's a small rover with the camera. Check out the pipes, and there it is. Councilor Bangs, you asked for it. There's your picture.
Yes, that's Mr. Mayor and Council, that's a picture of the new one that we would like to buy or something close to that. And then I think there was a prior picture of our existing one that was kind of becoming obsolete. That Melissa might be pulling up here just for fun. Oops. Must-see TV. I know everybody wanted to see what a sewer crawler camera looked like.
It looks very high tech.
It is.
In our over decade of doing this, Mr. Mayor, how many times have we talked about poop and poop cameras?
You were very warbly, and I think you were talking about, when we talk about sludge removal and scoping. There you go.
So that's on the screen right now is our existing camera. That is actually our own camera that I believe goes back to 2009 and has kind of run its life. That's why we're asking to replace this. So You asked for some photos, so there you go. And there's no other new information on this item. It's just a second reading of the purchase. So we would recommend and request your approval.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I move we adopt ordinance number 1562, an ordinance authorizing the
Mr.
city.
Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance.
Ordinance authorizing.
Okay, Councilor Spoon actually started.
You want me to continue? An ordinance authorizing the city of Canby to enter into a purchase agreement with Western Systems to buy a sewer pipe crawler camera. Second reading.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilor Spoon, seconded by Councilor Bangs to consider ordinance number 1562, an ordinance authorizing the city of Canby to enter into a purchase agreement with Western Systems to buy a sewer pipe crawler camera. Second reading, roll call vote.
Counselor Bajoran,
Aye.
Counselor Banks,
Aye.
Council President Hensley. Counselor, here we go. Thanks. Counselor Spoon,
Aye.
Counselor Parker,
Aye.
Counselor Barwig.
Abstain.
Motion carries 5-0-1. Item C is to consider ordinance number 1564, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to execute a contract with Landscape Structures Incorporated to purchase a picnic shelter for Locust Street Park. First reading.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council. So we are requesting your approval of the first reading of an ordinance to purchase and install a new gazebo at Locust Street Park in the amount of $104,455. This is this component would be the final piece of some renovation projects and some addition projects that have been worked on for the last about a year or so at Locust Street Park, and would sort of finish that off. It's a park with a high density of residential around the area, so it's a well used and much needed park. And this picnic shelter will be an excellent addition to basically to increase the usage of that. We've got some specific community groups that are very excited about this, as well as just the local residents. It's a 28 by 38 foot, or excuse me, 28 by 38 foot structure. This was identified, it's in our budget, was identified as a priority project from the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. I believe this was one of the projects discussed with council at not at a work session, but I think there was a joint kind of a conversation with the council and the Park and Rec Board early in the calendar year, maybe in March. And it was one of the items on that list. So it went through the process of being put into our budget, and we're now at the point of being ready to move forward on this. I do want to note it was budgeted at $100,000 even. That was a kind of a best estimate at that time. So we're about $4,400 over that budget. We will be fine to be able to make up that difference in the budget of a little over $4,000 if you choose to support this moving forward. So with that, happy to answer any questions, and just asking for your approval of first reading.
Scott, thank you for bringing this forward. Yeah, I think it's a great addition to Locust Street Park. I think you said it best with how often and how much that park is used. I think it's a great addition, and appreciate the Parks Board moving some of these amenities forward. So this is good. Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Scott on this one? Councilor Bangs?
I was going to make a motion. Were we still asking questions?
I don't know. Councilor Parker, did you have a question, or are you waiting to second?
No, I was, I just had a comment. I'll wait until the motion.
Okay. So go ahead.
I move to pass ordinance number 1564, authorizing the city administrator to execute a contract with Landscape Structures Incorporated to purchase a picnic shelter for Locust Street Park.
Okay.
I second.
Seconds. So motion been made by Councillor Bang, second by Councillor Barwig. Pass ordinance number 1564, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to execute a contract with Landscape Structures Incorporated in the amount of $104,455 up for a second reading on November 17th. Discussion. Councillor Parker.
Well, I just wanted to underscore your remarks, Mayor. You and I have attended several of the events that have been held there for Bridging Cultures. I think we even shared an indigenous people's dance one time. But it is an underserved neighborhood in terms of parks. It is a beloved park, so I think it's great, and I also think it's illustrative. That the longer it takes for us to do things, the higher the cost goes up. We're running an inflation rate on construction between 6 and 18%. So, Scott, no big deal that it costs another $4,000. That's just what happens when you wait to do these things. So, wholeheartedly endorse this.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Spoon and then Councillor Bajorn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. I love attending events at Locust Street Park, and this has been a long missing component there. So I'm happy to do it. Just for my clarity, as I'm trying to understand how we're funding things, no problem with it. Don't object to the cost at all. But Scott, are we pulling this money from park maintenance or SDCs? Where are we acquiring the money for this? How are we funding?
Yeah, I believe this one is coming from the parks maintenance fee.
Okay, could it have been SDC since it would expand capacity for weather? I'm just trying to understand the funding.
It potentially could. I think there's a possibility there. Yeah, I would have to look into that for certain, but I believe this one in particular came out of that park maintenance fee.
Okay, thank you. Love the project. Happy for it.
Councilor Bajorn.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with the fact that this is an awesome project. I love to see projects like this that come forward, improving parks that exist already. So, this is a great thing. And I do agree with what Councilor Parker said. I mean, this is a great lesson in why we need to act on things when they're, appropriate, before they go up in cost.
Okay. Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully you can hear me. Apparently the storm is wreaking havoc on my internet. If there's an opportunity to fund this through the SDCs versus the Parks Maintenance Fund, I would rather go that route. Being that maintenance costs cannot be taken out of SDCs. So if we can fund this improvement through SDCs, I would rather, and then use that park maintenance fund for maintenance.
I will look into that. I've heard, it sounds like a couple of you are kind of looking at that idea, and I'll check into that and see if that's a possibility. And if that's a different funding source, we'll bring kind of an amended budget report to you when we do a second reading.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table, first reading. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Carries 6-0. Next on the agenda is to consider ordinance number 1565. An ordinance authorizing the city administrator to enter into agreements for the purchase of right-of-way from Par 3 Investments, LLC, Proudest Monkey Development, LLC, and James and Karen Lyons for the future Walnut Street expansion. First reading. Mr. Archer.
Thank you again, Mayor Hudson and Council. This is a big step in the right direction for us on a project that I know is very important to all of you. and it certainly is important to, I know a lot of people in our community, something we've been working on for some time. So this pertains to our connecting the industrial park to 99E. It is also known as the Walnut Street Extension. The big one of the big steps involved here was to acquire the necessary right-of-way to get from where Walnut Street currently terminates and move through to 99. There are three, so we had a basically sort of a preferred route that made sense to make that road connection. And that route goes through the properties that are owned by three separate entities. And those are Par 3 Investments, Proudest Monkey, and James and Karen Lyons. The total cost of this ask is $350,000. And that's broken down as $53,000 to Par 3, $232,000 to Proudest Monkey, and $65,000 to the Lions. The manner in which we went about this was we followed typical right-of-way acquisition rules and processes. We did an appraisal on the property. We had a right-of-way agent working on our behalf to help us secure this right-of-way. And the process went very smoothly. We had three willing and very positive partners in our three property owners. So essentially, we landed on what would be described as appraised value, which is kind of the right on the mark. A couple of other things here, just a couple of other little things that go into to these memorandums of understanding that move us forward are that there is an agreement with these owners that the city will not come back to them at a later date when we do after we've done the road development and ask that they pay for any of the costs of the development. We are moving forward ahead of any of their development, and we're making that choice. So that was the agreement with them. And further on the Lions property, the MOU with them specifically contains a provision that we compensate them for the replacement of a utility building that resides on their property that will be lost as part of it'll be demolished as part of the road construction process. It also notes that we will reroute or reinstall a gravel driveway in the event that ODOT shuts off their current driveway access. So just a couple little minor things on that one particular, but so what we're looking at is this ordinance approval that we're asking you to, approve would incorporate all three of the agreements with the property owner. So with one action, you'll approve the three MOUs. And so what we're asking for is that you make that approval tonight on the first reading, and then hopefully a second reading, and we'll move this forward. And then of course we'll move to next steps, which goes then into final design and construction that we anticipate happening. We are on time for completing this in 2023, as we've been describing to you. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Scott, I don't have a question other than thank you for keeping this front burner for sure. It's it is a key infrastructure piece for our city, one of several. But this is a major step in that direction. So, thank you. Councilor Hensley, Council President Hensley, did you have a question?
No, sorry, I apparently forgot to lower my hand last time. Sorry about that.
Okay. That's okay. Councilor Spoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to mention how happy I was with the work you did and how quickly you moved something that can be a slow-moving process. I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move to adopt Ordinance 1565, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to enter into agreements for the purchase of right-of-way from Par 3 Investments, LLC, Proudest Monkey Development, LLC, and James and Karen Lyons for the future Walnut Street extension to a second reading on November 17th, 2021.
I'll second that.
A motion's been made by Councilor Spoon, seconded by Councilor Barwig, to adopt ordinance 1565 and ordinance authorizing the city administrator to enter into agreements for the purchase of right-of-way from Par 3 Investments LLC, Proudest Monkey Development LLC, and James and Karen Lyons for the future Walnut Street extension to up for a second reading on November 17th, 2021. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that passes 6-0. Great. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. Thank you, councilors. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. And so those include the approval of the minutes of the September 15th, 2021 regular city council meeting and OLCC request from Wine Warfare for a wholesale malt beverage and wine license located at 138 Southeast Hazeldale Way.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda that includes the minutes of the September 15th, 2021 City Council meeting and the liquor license request from Wine Warfare for a wholesale malt beverage and wine license for a business located at 138 Southeast Hazeldale Way, number 105.
Thank you.
I will second that and have a topic of discussion before we go to vote.
Thank you, sir. Motion's been made by Council President Hensley, seconded by Councilor Barwig, to approve the consent agenda that includes the minutes of the September 15th, 2021 City Council meeting and the liquor license request from Wine Warfare for a wholesale malt beverage and wine license for a business located at 138 Southeast Hazeldale Way, number 105. Councilor Barwig, get a discussion piece.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the minutes here. There was a spot in the minutes where pertaining to the State Street investment where I abstained from a vote. It mentions that I am principal of the company representing, and I wanted to make the correction that I do business with the principal of the company. I am not a principal in any company that is a part of State Street. I just do business with them. So I just wanted to make that correction for the record.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that very much. We'll get that corrected in a minute.
I move to approve the minutes as amended.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Barry, you still second those? Okay.
Yes.
Right. The motion has been made with the amendments. Any further question or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That carries 6-0. New business this evening is the discussion of regarding development of a dog park. And so, yeah, so this has been brought forward. Councilor Spoon wanted to bring this up as a discussion piece for as a future agenda item. And so I'm going to turn it over here to Councilor Spoon to articulate her request here regarding the dog park, and then we'll move through questions and conversation about it. And then we do have some people that are in the panelist or attendees room that want to make some public comment as well. So we'll start with Councilor Spoon and your agenda request for discussion.
Yeah, I'm not. Do you want me to talk first, or do we want to have the citizen comment first? I don't want to step on the feet of citizens that want to submit comment. I just want to make sure the order is appropriate.
No, go ahead and do your piece, and then we'll there's a couple of letters, but one wants to be read into the record, and then there's a couple of people that want to speak.
Okay. So this is an item that I'm going to go over some of the history of the dog park, because I've done hours and hours of research at this point, where we have an opportunity to advance a project that's been shelved for somewhere near a decade. It was first talked about at the Parks Committee in February of 2011, and then it was shelved multiple times, but eventually just never made it across the finish line. So This might take a minute, but I'm going to share some of this history. And I went through basically every public record regarding the dog park that we had at the city from 2009 to current day, excepting I just realized I'm missing some 2016 meeting minute notes. So I'll get those from Melissa tomorrow and then update this form. So if anyone wants this, I have all the public record. I just made some notes to kind of give the history because I think it's hard to talk about this without the history. So the Parks Board first started talking about the dog park in February of 2011 when they kind of were coming to the completion of Northwood Parks, and they didn't really have anything else kind of in motion. So they asked staff, what other parks can we look at? And staff explained that there had been significant public interest in a dog park. And at that point, the Parks Board discussed and decided they would support moving forward with exploring the dog park at what the time the staff suggested location was the Simnett property, which is also known as kind of Auburn Hills on North Locust Street. At that time, there were no plans to develop homes immediately around that park. And so later that location changes, but initially that was the location. And then it's talked about over that course of time. And then in November of that year, November 9th, 2011, the city actually hosted an informational community meeting about a dog park where city staff invited the public and presented information. And then the city created the Dog Park Advisory Committee, which had over 30 people sign up at this informational meeting. It was described as well attended. I can't find any exact numbers on who attended. And the Dog Park Advisory Committee, near as I can tell, does not have public meeting minutes of their meetings, but there are staff reports of them that kind of compress what the dog park advisory committee did over the years. So among those, it looks like they were together for about 3 or 4 years. They reviewed all of the research, comprehensive guides for municipalities and private entities about dog parks. They looked at things like the city, county insurance services, off-leash dog park best practices. They read through materials about dog parks from American Kennel Club. They interviewed agencies and departments in Oregon that manage dog parks. They toured several dog parks and noted what works and what to avoid. They developed out of that a list of amenities based on the research, the interviews, and the tours. Then they secured a site that I'll get back to later because there is a time when that becomes a location, which is the city-owned property, which is in the county, located on Northeast Territorial Road, kind of the Three Sisters property, and decided that the dog park would total about 3 fenced acres. They worked with an engineer to develop construction plans. They identified community partners that initially were going to help with construction. Then they actually developed a dog park petition that when the staff report was done, and I have it, it's 64 pages long, and it's made up of over 500 signatures in support of a fenced off-leash dog park in Canby. And then they did a bunch of marketing. They had a Facebook page, a brochure, they manned booths, walked in parades. They had local fundraisers. For example, they had a Yappy Hour at the Nature's Pet Market in Canby. And then at the following meeting, which was on the 15th of that November, 2011, the staff updated the Parks Board on the meeting. They presented info. And it was at that point in time, it was at that public meeting that the location for the dog park, the community actually said they preferred it at the Wayside property as opposed to North Locust. And a bunch of people signed up to join the board. In February of 2012, there was no quorum at the parks meeting, but the minutes note that the park board discussed the dog park and the progress that was done. In July of 2012, the parks board asked the staff to bring back a proposed budget for a dog park. In August 14th, 2012, because of the work done, there was an interdepartmental agreement created between the Public Works and the Parks Department to exchange land between departments for a dog park. And that agreement reads in part, quote, Parks has heretofore initiated a project to create a public fenced dog park, and the Three Sisters Ranch property is the ideal location for such a project as the southern acreage is developed and has utilities to the site. So at that point, the public records indicate that the project was initiated and that was the preferred location. In May of 2013, staff apprised the board of the latest revisions to a dog park concept plan, which I'm still trying to find. As many of you know, Matilda left here with a lot of institutional knowledge, and some of that I'm still trying to uncover. That dog park concept plan included addition of sidewalks actually all the way adjacent to East Eco Park to the logging road so that it was safely walkable. There was some well abandonment, a house demolition. They worked with utility providers to get needs. In August or in July of 2013, there was no quorum at the Parks Board, but they discussed the dog park and that the city was working with service providers. In October of 2013, we actually had engineering plans designed that staff can share that was produced for the Three Sisters property for approximately 3 acres of a dog park with 2 sections, a parking lot, sidewalks, a dog washing, like a paw washing station, and even a doggy timeout if your dog needs a little break. In October of that year, so we're still in 2013, this is how much work has been done over time. Staff gave a brief update on the dog park to the Parks Committee and noted that the well was scheduled to be abandoned that month, and the staff and park maintenance supervisor were going to review estimates to demolish the home. In January of 2014, staff told the Parks Board that the demolition contract for the old house on the site of the future dog park had been signed and the house should be gone within the month. The board and the staff discussed at length the cost estimates for the dog park, and the board at that time asked the staff to bring back phased recommendations with cost estimates. They talk about the Yappy Hour at one point, and then in July of 2014, the city held a community meeting at the police station's community room to discuss the dog park. That's when another 30 people signed up to help maintain the dog park at the time. And the engineering plans that I've discussed that you guys can see were actually presented at the meeting in a long PowerPoint presentation that even reviewed the rules that the Dog Park Advisory Committee had come up with. And then there's multiple times again where the staff discussed the progress of construction, etc. And then at some point in January of 2015, our former city administrator attends a park board meeting and advises them that we need some community support because we have some long-term maintenance funding issues, right? And then there seems to be a lull in conversation until January of 2017, when the dog park, there was another dog park discussion, and they said that, they just wanted to delay because they were concerned about logistics and maintenance funding. And then in May of that year, the Parks Board said they needed to focus on dog parks already in the works and those approved but with no maintenance funds, and specified the dog park on Territorial Road specifically as one of those projects. In September of that year, we approved the park maintenance fee with the intent to catch up on deferred maintenance and give us some capacity to grow. And then in 2018, the Parks Board starts discussing again completing the dog park. One of the most interesting things that happens in 2018, and it's actually almost exactly 3 years ago to this date, is we had a city council meeting where Mayor Hodson indicated that he'd like council to give direction to the Parks Advisory Board to work on recommendations and proceed with some projects in parallel alongside the master plan that we were certain would be priorities, because he wanted to move forward on a couple of pieces. In that mayor's report, he specifically mentioned a splash pad. He wanted the Parks Committee to review the strategic waterway plan, the dog park, and specifically noting that we had already identified a location for it, suggested that they advance on logging bridge enhancements and enhancements to other parks. And the mayor asked us for input from council, and council agreed we should all take action as soon as possible, with the mayor noting that these items are ones that we've been talking about for years, and that we wanted to keep things moving even though we were in process with the master plan. And my favorite note from that is Mayor Hodson, you actually noted that these are things we could have done 3 years from now. And ironically, 3 years from that meeting is 4 days from now. And there's still a lot of progress we could have done. So then there's some continued discussion with the Parks Board. At one point, they wanted some proof that there was an agreement ever made on the dog park, which I think I've uncovered some of that. And then they continue to ask for progress. And in September of 2019, the Parks Board says that the dog park is a top priority, and that because there was an organized group of people who had invested so many hours of support. And the Parks Board votes to reconvene the Dog Park Advisory Board to confirm the previous plans. And, the city administrator was going to work on getting some nonprofit help with maintenance. So they continued to discuss this through there's multiple times that it's mentioned in 2020 park meeting notes. But then in November of last year, our current city administrator visits the Parks Board and introduces himself. Park members ask about doing projects that were previously identified in the master plan. And Scott tells them, according to the meeting minutes, that the master plan is not about starting over, it's just about updating. And we may be able to spend money on previously identified projects, which by chance the dog park is one. So where this really came to a head for me is that in May of this year, when we were doing our budget committee, meetings, it turns out that we have been reserving a substantial amount of park maintenance funding in lieu of hiring additional staff because she didn't want to have to lay anyone off. So from my perspective, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board has had discussions about the dog park for over a decade now, about 10 years and 9 months, that have covered years of progress and work. There was a special dog park advisory board that did significant work. There was an interdepartmental agreement made to initiate the project, secure the land. Some initial site work was done. There were 2 well-attended public input meetings held by the city, and we even have an initial stage engineering plan. And so what's unique is that we have some unallocated funds this year. So there is a way for us to do what we directed the Parks Board to do 3 years ago, which is to move in conjunction and parallel with the Parks Master Plan to complete some items that were approved and have not advanced. And those funds, it sounds like, and Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, that some of it may be funded through recovery funds because there's a not insignificant part of the budget that is infrastructure, sidewalks, for example. We also have the money that we acquired by selling the old library. And I would like to see us take the revenue from selling a public space and convert it to new public space. So we have that unallocated and unrestricted money. And then also in my conversation with Scott, it sounds like as we have a surplus of park maintenance funds, he did some research for me on how much park maintenance funds would be required, that we have room for that. And so I see no reason to delay advancing. It sounds like it would be about a year from the time we approve the dog park to it opening. And we all know that even when the master plan comes back to us, this is uniquely like a park that already has engineering plans done, site work done, a location identified, so we can advance on it while we're doing all that similar work on other parks. And we don't have to have any gap in progress on our parks now that we have had a few years under our belt with the park maintenance fees. So it seems to me pertinent that, we paused. We have hundreds of people that have been waiting for this park. We paused progress because we didn't have funding. Now we have funding, and it's time for us to bring this project across the finish line. So that's my pitch to you guys. I would love to see it completed. It's been delayed for over a decade now, and I think it's time to just get the job done.
Thank you, Councilor Spoon. I appreciate that very much. Any questions from anybody right now on that aspect, on what was put forth?
I have some questions, but don't we have people waiting to provide some kind of public comment?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I think I'll reserve any of my questions or comments until after we hear the public comments as well.
Same here. I have a couple comments, but let's hear the public.
Well, so first, so there was a Patty and Roger, I believe Busey and Lily Bell requested a letter to be read for the record. So we are glad that the discussion about the dog park for the city is on the agenda for tonight. We hope you seriously look at the possibilities of a dog park for Canby citizens and for our furry dog friends. We moved here 5 years ago, and the discussion about a park has been discussed many times in our community. Now, Lily wants to know, what are you going to do about making this dream come true? We like the idea of having 2 separate play yards, a rambunctious area for some dogs, and another for more demurring fur friends. We hope the dog park idea is not talked to death, but that concrete plans are made with timelines to get this done. Thank you for your consideration, Patty and Roger Busey and Lily Bell. We've also received letters from Angelica Marine, Joyce Ayers, Rich Ayers. I think there was a couple others that have come in since later this evening. Here to address the council is, I think first up is Barry Johnson, Park Advisory Board chairperson. Mr. Johnson, how are you? If you're speaking, you're muted, sir. Go ahead, Barry.
Am I good?
You're good, sir. Here you are.
Okay. Great history, Sarah. I mean, that was great history. Okay, I've been on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board for 6 years. So here's my statement. We, again, like the mayor said, I'm Barry Johnson. I'm the chairman of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. I have a brief statement to read from the Executive Committee of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Okay. As Canby Parks and Recreation Advisory Board Chair, I am extending the appreciation to the board, to the City Council, City Administrator, and City staff for contracting with Greenplay, a consulting firm with national reputation, to oversee the update to the citizen-driven Comprehensive Parks Master Plan. Greenplay, in concert with the board, stakeholders, and citizen input, will provide recommendation to the Parks and Recreation Board and City Council for your approval. Several members representing Canby interest, including the Canby Bike and Pedestrian Committee, Canby Chamber, Canby School District, and Cabard, have been involved in the process as well. The board is looking forward to presenting to you the prioritized project based on Greenplay's recommendation. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Board has made great progress in the prior 18 months and are eager to pursue future projects as the data is received from Greenplay. As discussed at our recent joint City Council and Parks and Recreation Board meeting, it was made clear to us by you, the City Council, that any future projects must wait until the master plan recommendations have been received, discussed, and agreement reached. In closing, I would like to thank Scott Archer, Jerry Nelzine, and Jeff Snyder for their support and efforts in completing the well-received projects over the prior 18 months. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to our board members for the many volunteer hours dedicated to representing the interest of our citizens. Thank you for your time. I will make another statement at the end of that, not written down. We hear the desire for the dog park, and we're not against the dog park. Okay. What we want to do is adhere to the process as directed to us by City Council. I mean, it was like, we need to follow the master plan. We were told numerous times, not necessarily always by council, but by the financial department, parks maintenance staff. You know, I can go back to 2018, and the reason why in 2018 the parks maintenance fee was set up was because they had 3 employees trying to maintain all the parks in the city. Okay, they had 3. So the parks maintenance fee was set up to help hire more people. And that was in 2018. So they went out and we did hire more, but they couldn't maintain the parks that we had. They were having difficulty. Adding new parks, they were saying, we can't add more parks because we can't maintain the parks we had. And then they had, when we did put more people on staff, they had deferred maintenance that was difficult for them to keep up with. Okay, and then based on a number of things and personnel turnover or personnel difficulties, okay, we were told that we couldn't do anything more. SDC money could not be spent on the parks that we ran up the flagpole. Okay, I can't go back. I'm not going back to 2010 or 2009. All I can speak for is from basically 2016 to now. Matilda, well, I don't want to name names, but beginning in 2016, we were having a hard time getting anything done whatsoever. So 2016 to
Take us to 2018, the parks maintenance fee. Parks maintenance fee was implemented, and we talked about the dog park, but then we were getting pushed back from various places like the financial department, and that we couldn't complete. We couldn't add any more parks from parks, the maintenance team, and from more than that, from the financial department. And then we've had some staff turnover. There's been a lot of things, COVID, whatever. We don't disagree. We're not disagreeing at all that a dog park needs to be added to the city. All we're saying is let the process play out, and then let's go and plan specifically together where the dog park needs to go. Okay, we want to make sure it's in the right location, and I guess that's all I have to say right now. And if you have questions, I'll try to answer.
Well, I appreciate it, Barry. Thank you very much for coming in and speaking with us. Appreciate it. Next, who wants to address on this topic is Andrew Hale from the Canby Area Park and Rec District Board.
Interesting. All right. I think that worked.
Hi, Andrew.
Hi. So Brian introduced me as a member of CAPPERD. I haven't actually talked to CAPPERD about this, so I'm not making a statement as part of that group. I just wanted to speak as someone who's been involved in parks. I've been attending the Park Advisory Board meetings for about 2 years now. And I just, the whole way that this was presented originally just bugged me. There was some chatter online about it, and it was presented in a way that the Park Advisory Board was somehow against a dog park. And in the 2 years that I've been attending, there's been a push for dog parks, but there's been pushback from, in my opinion, from the city in different areas saying that there's no budget. We don't have staff. There's been many different reasons why it wasn't possible at those times, but I just wanted to bring that up. I don't think that the Park Advisory Board is against dog parks because it's been brought up. It was on their list. Like you mentioned in 2018, there was suggested that they put a list together of top 5 projects that could be worked on while the long-term plan was put together. Dog park was on that list. It may not have been at the top, but it was on the list. And so it just bugged me that it came off that way in those conversations online. And Sarah, you were actually part of some of those conversations. And I don't think that was, it just seemed shady and underhanded to me. I don't like the way it happened.
Hang on, Andrew, let's just keep it to, comments directed to me, please. And I don't want us going, this isn't about going after the counselors or whatnot. It's just, so if you would just please keep to your points on that. I want to turn this into the social media, he said, she said stuff. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's fine. That's what I had to say. I like the idea of a dog park, but there's a long-term planning process in place. And I think it would be good to follow that process and see how it plays out. That's why it exists, right? And so since we're at the beginning, we're getting towards the middle of that, let's let it run its course. That's what it's for. That's why the city paid money to hire Greenplay to do its job. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Can I address that since my name was brought up?
Sure.
Thank you. I don't recall ever saying that the Parks Board did not want it. I have said that it's been at the Parks Board for a long time and it's never come to completion. but I don't recall ever disparaging the Parks Board in any way. It appears to me that they've always wanted it, and the city has told them no, and this is an opportunity for us to right our wrong. So, Andrew, if you'd like to talk about that, please call me and talk to me personally, but I can't think of a single comment I've ever made disparaging the Parks Board over it. From all the research I've done, it only looks like they've been trying to advance it, and we've been the barrier. So I just want to correct that. If I commented on a thread where other people said that, I can't be responsible for what other people said, but I certainly never disparaged the Parks Board in that manner.
And then last, I don't know if he's there in the council chambers or online. Scott Sassy wanted to address the council on this topic.
He is in the room, but he's saying he's fine with not making a comment.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Okay. Thank you for the letters and the comments. And Sarah, or Councilor Spoon, thank you for digging into the history on this piece and bringing that forward. I appreciate that. It is a long history. There's been a lot of ebbs and flows. I mean, just counting in the history piece, I think I counted 4 location changes.
It started at Simnett, and then it was moved to Territorial, and it was never moved from there, but other locations were brought up by Parks members. It's just that from the community input, that's how Territorial was selected. And then the interdepartmental agreement actually identifies it as the ideal spot because of the way the utilities connect there and the access. And it's actually already being used as a de facto dog park. Whether we build the dog park there or not, that's how it's going to be used. It's so heavily used that way that Jerry actually put a little gravel parking lot down because there was no place to park. And every time I drive by, people are playing with their dogs there. So it's already a dog park. Even if we put a dog park somewhere else, that space is still going to be used as a dog park. So it's identified as the appropriate location by the community, by the hours and hours of volunteer work from the dog park advisory committee, and by city staff and the IDA.
Well, thank you. Councilor Bangs, comment, question?
Yeah, a little bit of both. First, I understand the Parks and Rec Advisory Board's frustration if there was a perception that that people were believing that they were anti-dog park. I just want to confirm that I've learned a lot about dog parks in the last couple of weeks, and I'm a cat owner. But I asked Sarah specifically, is the Parks Board opposed to the dog park? And she told me no, that she did not believe that was the case. I just want to confirm that that she wasn't dissing on the work that our Parks and Rec team was doing in the conversation I had with her. It sounds to me like the real problem has been at our end and not the Parks and Rec Board, and that we had a decision made a long time ago to move forward on this, and then the city gummed it up because we couldn't pay for the parks maintenance, and that we've resolved that issue. And so I would like to see us move forward with it. I had a couple of questions. And I have I don't know how to get Andrew or Barry back. They're still here, but I wanted to know, Barry had said, I don't know, there was a discussion about a location. I'm wondering if there is a different location that he had in mind where he'd rather have the dog park. And Andrew, I wanted to ask if there was something else that was at the top of that list. Of what we really wanted to develop.
Hold on.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Barry.
Okay.
Before we hang on, just a point of order here. The discussion item tonight is, okay, is getting to a point of, are we going to bring this? If we're going to bring this as an agenda item, we need to make that decision. And then, what do we want staff to prepare for that conversation? So I think that would be a better suited place to discuss another dog park option. I get your question, Councilor Bangs. I totally do. I just want to make again, the point was that, you know, 2 weeks ago, Councilor Spoon said, hey, I really like this as an agenda item. It's been a, you know, a back and forth conversation for a little while. So that's why I put it as a discussion piece for us to have. So that particular item or anything that pertains to locations or designs or those kinds of things, I'm just trying to get us to a point of, does this group want to have this conversation as an agenda item in greater depth that we want to direct, and then where we want to direct staff to go bring together for us to then either, yes, we want to move forward with the dog park, no, we don't at this time. Okay.
So then when we do have those discussions, Barry, I am curious to know about locations, and Andrew, I would like to know what other high priorities. I understand the concern about the master plan, but I believe this one was in the works a decade ago, and so I just want to fix the problem that we caused gumming it up. It should have been built by now. So I'll wait for all that for when the time is that appropriate. I am in favor of putting it on the agenda. I had thought that's what we were doing here.
Yes, I hear you, Mayor, and I won't mention other locations, but there are or were. And I don't have a problem with Wayside, but I do have a question, if I can ask, about, you know, the money, Sarah. And you said I can't. Okay.
No, I've got here in my notes a couple of talking points that I'll present here in a second, and funding sources is one of those that I think is a homework piece for staff to bring back to the entire council in depth. Because if we're not going to go the SDC route, and if there's other routes we can go, I think having that conversation for the entire council would be worth having.
Okay.
Because I think there's council members that may not know the full working deals of, the ARPA or CARES Act, and I think that was thrown out there. Where do we, volunteers, donations, etc. So.
Okay.
Councilor Parker.
Mayor, thank you for limiting the scope of the discussion.
To be here all night again, hashing this out to, not really be able to be at a point to make a decision. So I want to get it to the point where we can get it to the point where we're making it.
And for my position, yes, let's move this ahead. Let's direct staff to prepare a report to us on how to carry out basically what was your vision in 2018. That we never intended the master plan to be a blockade. If we had a city staff member saying otherwise, I'm sorry, I can't fix that now. But what I can do is operationalize something that we've already agreed to and make sure that we don't pay the cost of inflation for an additional 2, 4, 6, 8 months. And one other thing, I do need to correct the record. There's been this mishmash today about $1 million dog park. The cost as it was delivered to us by the city manager was $600,000. The 25% contingency kicks it up to $750,000. But I think that's a big difference from the numbers that are being thrown around here. We do need to fix something. That the city was the thing that slowed this down, and it's time for us to do something.
Councilor Parker. Councilor Barwick.
Thank you. Yeah. First of all, I just want to make sure it's known that I'm a huge fan of dog park idea. I have 2 big dogs, and they run around my small house. Like crazy, we call it. The dogs got the zoomies, and they are racing back and forth. And I straighten the area rug probably 3 times a day. So I would love a place for them to run around. A couple of the things, I'll save some of my questions for future conversation when this goes on the agenda. I'm not opposed to it being on the agenda. I do want to honor the request of the Parks crew or the Parks committee following the process and waiting for the master plan. However, if I'm overruled on that, I am excited to have the conversation. So I would like to wait for the master plan. However, I'm not opposed to having it before. A couple of the things that I would love for staff to bring back to us when we have that conversation is all of our deferred maintenance caught up at all of our parks? I would love to know that. And how many parks maintenance staff do we currently have working? Have we hired out the number of people that the park maintenance fee was supposed to hire out? And then just kind of, maybe this is for the parks committee to answer is, there's been some talk about volunteers, and I think that's a wonderful idea, having volunteers who will help take care of the park. Volunteers are awesome, but sometimes they quit. And what happens if all volunteers quit, and are we going to have a backup plan and not just rely on a volunteer team to take care of it? And then, is a dog park in our master plan? I'm sure it is, but how close to the top of the priority list is it? So those would be some of the questions that I would ask could be answered in a meeting if this is put on the agenda versus waiting for the master plan.
Councilman Barbara, appreciate it. Councilman Bajorn.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm not a dog owner. I'm a cat owner, just like Councilor Bangs, Councilor Parker. But I do support it. I do want to see it on an agenda. I do want to see a comprehensive plan of, how we're accounting for the maintenance, where the money's coming from to build it now, all of that stuff that would go into making this an effective plan. Second point is, as this is concerned, obviously there's been a lot of talk over a decade of trying to get this to happen. And the fact that you can sense the tension between council and parks over a Zoom meeting, that's a problem. I joined this position to try and bring some unity together. I think it was Councilor Varg who said, forget the past, let's move on. I think it's a perfect opportunity for us to bury the hatchet, move on with this despite the master plan, figure out how we can get it done.
Thank you, Councilman Bajorn. Appreciate it. Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I apologize. I've turned off my camera to try to smooth some of my internet issues. Thank you, Barry and Andrew, for attending and giving your comments. The Citizen Advisory Committee input is so important, and I agree with everything you guys have said. The process needs to be adhered to. But more than that, I understand we have the money to build the park. I'm a dog owner and a cat owner. I'm not opposed to dog parks. I'm opposed to building something we can't fund maintenance. So I want, if this gets on the agenda, I want staff to show us how we're going to pay for it. And just like, you're not going to have a baby you can't feed. I don't want to build a park I can't maintain. So I want that to be a part of the staff report. How are we going to fund the maintenance?
Okay. So sounds like the conversation is to move it to a future agenda. So we will start, Scott and I will work on that aspect. The things I heard tonight that we want to include in perhaps staff to bring back to that piece is staffing levels to be able to, are we adequate now to be able to support the build out and adding on a park like this to maintain it? What are the funding sources that we would use, including STCs if that's the case? Design, timeline, and then where we're at currently with deferred maintenance, and does this prolong that, or are we to a point where this can be added? Am I leaving anything out in what was discussed this evening as topics?
Not that I know of, but I would like to correct something that got confused along the way. Mr. Hale kind of said that the list of items that I did was one that was created by the Parks Advisory Board, and that's not correct. That list of items that was mentioned from 2018 is actually direction the council gave the Parks Board to work on while we were doing the Parks Master Plan. So I just want to make sure that's clear. If I miscommunicated the first time, that list of like the splash pad, the strategic waterway plan, the dog park, noting that we had a location already identified, the logging bridge enhancements. If there was any, I just want to make sure that what I said is to note that it was direction that the council gave to the Parks Board to work on while we were doing the master plan. So I'm not sure if that was confused or if I misheard Mr. Hale. I just want to make sure that there's clarity if there was any confusion.
Well, and I will add too, like, I mean, again, earlier in the evening too, was brought up that the Parks Board did come to the council back, in the springtime with kind of that list of projects and things that they were wanting to work on and do. They were all very much amenity-based upgrades to some of our parks. And so I don't know if that was, lumped into that conversation as well. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we've got what we want for that conversation for the agenda. Is that we need staff to work on any other aspects to bring back.
Can I ask staff how long they think it would take them to assemble this information? I know some of it's kind of already done.
Yeah, Counselor, I would say moving very quickly. We could potentially have everything assembled by next meeting, but ideally if we had a couple of meetings, because it sounds like some of the information I was prepared for, but then some of the additional things with some of the deferred maintenance stuff, I'll have to go back and dig a little deeper. So ideally, if I could have a couple of meetings, that would be best bet. But if we really had to rush to the next meeting, I would do my best. So that's kind of shooting from the hip here on all the information I just was trying to digest listening to your conversations.
I think a December meeting is appropriate to give staff enough time to give us all that we've just asked for.
Was that your comment, Councilor Hensley?
Yes.
Councilor Banks?
Thank you. I would also like staff, if they can, to provide different funding options for us. If that doesn't muck it up, it would be nice to reserve as much of the money in our system development fees and park maintenance fees as possible so that we can implement the master plan. I think we have multiple pools of money. So if we could have like different options, that would be handy.
Barwood?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, when is the Parks Master Plan slated to be complete? Are we within a few meetings of talking through that, or are we 6 months out on it? What's the timeline on that?
I can address that question. I think we're realistically looking at probably February. We might start to see some preliminary, kind of rough drafts towards the end of the calendar year or right after the beginning of the next calendar year. But I would say realistically, we're looking into February for hopefully having something near a complete report.
Yes, after we get that complete report, how long do you think it will take for recommendations to come to us and for us to get things on an agenda for approval? Like even if it comes in February, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 months away, but then we're another few months out from actually having recommendations and approval, right?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I'm not sure it'd be a few months, but it would be it would take us some time for sure to assemble that and prepare the recommendations. I know some of the council has asked for, kind of a separate consultant and staff recommendation. And so there's going to be some parsing through all of that. So it'll take some time. I'm a little hesitant to say exactly how long, but yeah, it'll take a bit of time to work through that. And I should, excuse me, backing up, I think the idea too is that the consultant will come and give a presentation to, I think, the council and the park board, and then we'll start sorting through kind of the recommendations piece of that. So.
Mr. Hale, you have a follow-up question or comment, Mr. Hale? We can bring him back in.
I believe Mr. Hale wanted to note that the list of projects created by the Park Advisory Board is what he was referring to. Oh, here he is.
Okay, that was I just wanted to make sure I didn't know if we were talking about the same thing or different things. I know that there was also a list out of the Parks Board. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't confusion. The list I was talking about was from council.
And I was talking about the list from the Park Advisory Board that was put together. My understanding was it was a request from council to put together a list of projects that they would like to work on. And that was given to council.
Yeah, so
that's what I was referring to.
We're done like in the springtime of this year, right?
It may have been last year. I can't remember. I didn't pull up the notes before the meeting, but there was a list that came out of the Park Advisory Board. I didn't vote on it because I'm not on that board, but I was there when they were discussing it, and yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll work with Scott on this particular piece, and we'll keep you posted and get it on as soon as we can. And whatnot. This springboard, what I think with talking with Scott yesterday and a little bit today, we may need to bring back to, depending on what the rapid rate that we want this to go, a list of, priorities and work session items and whatnot that are out there. I think we need to bring that to a discussion point as well. So we might need to do some shuffling of the deck a little bit. And so, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Anyways, so I'm going to start over since I lost my train of thought. With this and other things, and we've got work sessions stacking up and things like that. There's a list that we work off of when Scott and I get together, and based on all the different departments and what things are going on, we bring things forward. So Scott and I are going to work on that list and bring that forward as a piece that maybe we need to all discuss in terms of helping set priorities for what we want us to get accomplished, to be able to not make sure that things are moving forward appropriately, but also not burning out or overloading staff with super tight timelines, etc. So we'll work on that as well. Okay, thank you all. Appreciate the discussion. We'll move into the rest of our evening, which I think is
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Could I ask for just a clarification?
Sure.
Because it sounds to me like what I heard you say just now was that you guys will work on a timeline for that. But it also sounds to me like what we had discussed previously, that we would be bringing this up in the December meeting. So now I'm confused about when we're going to be bringing it up.
No, there's no confusion on that. I mean, staff's got to put it together, and if we're going to put it on a December calendar, that's fine. What I'm saying too is that there's a long to-do list. And so it's just a matter of sharing that to-do list, and things will have to shift and adjust based on the things that we want to layer in on staff to get done. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. I understand that.
I'm not saying that this is going to not, if Scott and the team can get what we need put together for that meeting for December, great. If it's sooner than that, fantastic. If it's not, we got to understand what else is going on the daily operations of running a city as well. That's all I'm saying. Okay. I'm not trying to say it's going to, this is going to be slid or whatever. We have other things too that are in process. And I think that sometimes we've got to just check and adjust what those things are. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Councilor Spoon, you had your hand up or no?
I just wanted to reiterate that my expectation is it does come back in December, and staff has done quite a bit of work on this, but if I need to make a motion to make sure it comes back on a December meeting, I'm happy to do that.
No, I don't think that's necessarily necessary.
Yeah.
I think Scott's got a clear message on, what's been laid out here this evening. And that's why, I kind of tailored it this way so that at the end of the conversation, staff knew what it was that we wanted and or needed to be able to come to a conclusion of, yes, let's, full speed ahead, or let's pump the brakes a little bit more until we know A, B, and C. Okay. Okay. Mayor's business. We'll get into mayor's business and liaison reports. I want to give a big thank you to the Canby community for approving the 5-year extension on our swimming pool levy. It passed handedly, so thank you for that. Our team that works there at the pool does an amazing job with scheduling and repairs and keeping what sometimes seems like 100-year-old building running well. So thank you, Canby, for that. I want to also say congratulations to the Canby High School cross country team. They're going to state. That's a big deal. I think I read that that's first time in almost 20 years. Chris, am I recalling that correctly?
For the whole team, it might be, but I don't know that for sure.
Okay. It's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. And then Canby High School is heading to the playoffs. The football team is, which has also been a long drought on that. So we wish both of the cross country and football teams the best of luck coming up. I don't have much on the parks front. We talked a lot about parks. I reviewed much of that at the last meeting. C4 is tomorrow, and that's going to be a pretty in-depth conversation on some housing and land use pieces. On Monday was the Region 1 Area Commission on Transportation. The big piece was a tolling conversation, and as that has moved along, I think there's been a shift. More cities are expressing concern about the tolling, whether that's going to be congestion pricing, what that's going to look like, cost, the actual fees or tolling costs will incur, who would be impacted the most. So it was kind of a Q&A session. So there's still much work to be done. Again, it's still a matter of not if it's going to happen, it's going to be a matter of when it's going to happen. So there are 2 upcoming workshops regarding the regional mobility pricing project, which is what this is called. The first one is November 9th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and November 10th from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can sign up at Oregon Tolling at odot.state.or.us if you're interested in being heard on those pieces. And then finally, congratulations to Siren Song on their grand opening this weekend. I know they've been open for a while, but they had their ribbon cutting and big shindig. So I look forward to working my way through their bourbon selection. So congratulations to Matthew and his team on that one. Okay, that's all that I have right now. Councilor comments, I will go around. Councilor Parker, you're first.
Siren Song also has some great oysters. So the adult center, and sometimes people wonder why the adult center is a part of the councilor comments. The adult center is one of these goofy things where the city owns the building on property owned by the school district for a nonprofit company that's different. Anyway, they've got some sidewalks that are falling apart. As their liaison, I hook them up with our public works director, and we're going to get those fixed. Historic Landmark Commission has secured a grant. They're going to be looking at the historic buildings at the county fairgrounds. I think this is important because a lot of times we just look at old things and think maybe they should be torn down, and then later we realize they were historic. So I think that's great. Bicycle committee. Doggone it, we're still suffering from staff turnover issues. One of the things that for years the Bike and Ped Committee did was review each development plan to look at the bikeways and the pedestrian ways. And during essentially our complete turnover in planning, those plans stopped going there. I think we've got that worked out. So yay for that. I wanted to thank Ray Keene and others for their leadership forum that was held at the Country Club. A great first step for civility in public discussion. Thank you, everyone who participated in that. I attended the Chamber Luncheon, which was on the Work Investment Council. The takeaways on that were interesting, that employees are not necessarily looking for good wages. That is not necessarily the first thing. That among millennials, set wages, benefits, a path for advancement, and this one I didn't see coming, an HR program that actually had rules to handle that. So those are the employees of choice for millennials. Attended the Siren Song. Boy, talk about a beautiful situation. And finally, a thank you to all the businesses and the organizers of the Scarecrow exhibit downtown. I was down there the other night on Halloween and ran into a quartet of people who had stumbled into Canby from Portland, and they just could not get over the Halloween setup with the Scarecrows. They said Canby is a really cool place. So that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Parker. Yeah, the Scarecrows get better and better every year. There's a ton of creativity that goes into those, and I'm anxious to see what the snowmen snowmen look like this winter here in downtown. So thank you, Councilor Barway.
Wow, I'm not last this time. I was not expecting to go so soon. I also have on my list to thank the Rotary and Ray Keene and all the group for the Cambridge Community Visioning Night. It was a fantastic event, and I left very inspired. And I think that that was a big thing that not a lot of cities get the privilege of being a part of. And so thank you to the Rotary and Ray Keene and all who made that possible. Wanted to thank also the city and all of those who participated in the trick-or-treating. My kids thank you. Their dentist thanks you. My Planning Commission meets next week, so I'll have more on that. But as Mayor mentioned, they did have a joint meeting with us earlier tonight, so they have been busy. We talked about food carts and food cart pods. and some fun, exciting code changes there to make those possible. CTV is broadcasting on YouTube now, so you can go to ctv.org and click on the streaming link, and you can get the information on how to watch CTV on YouTube if you don't have it on your TV. The fire department had their ribbon cutting on the North Side Fire Station, so congratulations to the fire department on that. They are underway trying to get that up and going as soon as possible. So we will soon have another fire station. So that is all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Bangs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just, I don't have a school district report or a library advisory board report. I will for the next meeting, but they have not had regular meetings since our last meeting. I will say Canby's been just beautiful this fall. It may be more pretty than it has been in years. Maybe there's a benefit to a drought, but just to reiterate the mayor's comments from last meeting, it would be nice if people were able to rake up their beautiful leaves and dispose of them properly and not put them in the road. Because I don't have a school district report, I would like to appeal to the community and particularly the parents to perhaps go a little easier on our school administration, our superintendent, and our school board. Everybody's getting beaten down by people's rage nowadays, and it's interfering with their ability to just really take care of our children. It hasn't been bad for us teachers, and but I think it's been really bad for the administrators and our school board members. So perhaps think of the children and let them concentrate on that instead. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Bangs. And I appreciate the reminder. Apparently, so Jerry, who does listen to our meetings and watch our meetings, even when he's not there at council chambers, heard my comment last meeting 2 weeks ago. And so we are setting up a leaf drop-off rate. And Scott, I'm sorry, I don't recall if they bag it, Public Works will take it.
Yes. So leaves can be brought in at the leaf drop-off day on Wednesday. On November 20th, not a Wednesday. On November 20th from 8 to 4. And it's a free drop-off for Canby residents, and we ask people to show proof of residency. It could be a utility bill or some other form of identification. The leaves can be brought in the biodegradable paper yard debris bags, or in the bed of a truck or a trailer or something like that. So we're doing this for the first time ever, and so November 20th, 8 to 4. At Public Works, at our Public Works site on Territorial Road.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jerry, for watching. Appreciate that. Councilor Spoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick, like all of the rest of you, I think all of us were there. I want to thank Rotary for hosting that event that allowed us to get together with community members we might not always spend time with and hear some different perspectives on the city of Canby. So thank you for hosting that. I've already been able to connect with people I had never talked to before that night and had some great conversations about the community. So thank you for that. Our CAT director sent the advisory board an email today with a update on how the Canby Loop is going. And first I will say, I don't think I realized exactly how often the train stopped in the middle of town. Until the Canby Loop started. It was significantly delayed again last week, and I think it's happening at least once or twice a week. So hopefully that will come to an end. I know staff and the fire department and police department have had talks with the train, with Union Pacific and the train companies, but it has created a multitude of delays for the Canby Loop. However, the month of October is over. That was the first month in operation. They had a total of 433 riders and are averaging over 40 riders a day on the loop, with some days exceeding 50. The goal is to work up to 100 riders a day. So getting that quick of people buying in and participating and using the service, I think is very, very promising because it's only been open a month, and during COVID, people aren't using that service as much anyway in most communities. So that's good news. A point of interest for those of us that are civics nerds, the most popular stops are the Sequoia Fred Meyer stop, Township at Redwood, 13th and Ivy, the high school, Waite Park, the transit center, and both Maple Street stops. So not really a surprise, but it is being used on both sides of town fairly heavily, which was kind of interesting to me. So at the next CAT meeting, they'll be discussing what's been working and what hasn't been working, and I'm looking forward to that conversation as well.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Bajorn, I know that you and I still need to connect and discuss your liaison positions, but you're welcome to make comments if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll join the bandwagon on that leadership summit that we had. That was absolutely awesome. So thank you, Ray Keene, and everyone involved in that. That was outstanding. Second, I did also attend that Siren Song ribbon cutting. My family actually was able to join me on that, so that was awesome. Having them see, all of that, and I really do appreciate, Matt and Justin, those guys for, being a symbol to all businesses in Canby that you can stand up right before a pandemic and still thrive. And then the trick or treat, that was incredible. I've never seen so many kids in one place, in the middle of downtown like that. I mean, it was unreal. My kids were over the moon on that. So I appreciate all the businesses in Canby opening up like that and being able to generate that much traffic.
Great. Thanks, Councilor. I appreciate it. And last but not least, Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I likewise attended the Rotary Community Summit, the Canby Fire District ribbon cutting, and the Siren Song ribbon cutting, all of great events in our town. Funny, I had trick-or-treaters come to my door last night. That was hilarious. I only had 2 trick-or-treaters on Halloween, so I had lots of leftover candy, so they left happy. I have no C4 report because that's tomorrow, as you mentioned, and Traffic Safety Commission is next week. As you know, I made comments last meeting about October being mental health awareness and domestic violence awareness, and I made several posts that got a lot of good feedback, so I was happy to inform folks of some statistics. That being said, I just wanted to inform everybody that the Suicide Prevention Task Force is rebranding. We're going to be Canby Hope, and just telling you to look for a bigger social media presence soon. And we are going to relaunch the PSA that we recorded a couple of years ago. I think it was 2019 at about this time in the holiday season. And we're going to relaunch that. We just lost another local boy last week. So this is an issue that isn't going away, and we just need to come together again as a community and support not just our young folks, but anyone who has something they need to get off their chest. Be there for them. That's all I got to say about that. Just be there. Be willing to be that light in the community. And that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Council President Hensley. Appreciate it. Next on the agenda, we have City Administrator business and staff reports.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. 2 brief project updates I wanted to announce to you and to those watching. First of all, the pickleball courts at Maple Street Park, that project is progressing well. We are finishing the fencing and sidewalks. There's a gazebo that is going in adjacent to the pickleball courts. It's going to be worked on in the near future. Essentially, we are completing all of the projects in about the next month, except final surfacing that we have to put on the court requires about 60 days of continuously good weather, above a certain temperature and not too wet. So everything will basically be done and then sort of pause until we get that stretch of weather that we need. So we're likely looking at in the spring. And then once that's accomplished, the courts will be open. I'm sure we'll be having some kind of a dedication that we'll be announcing. The other project I wanted to mention is the downtown quiet zone and the arch project. Things are moving along. I'm sure many have noticed the disruption in traffic flow across some of the intersections, across the railroad intersections, but that is progress. We have, our contractor has finished the major work at Elm Street, at the Elm Street Railroad crossing. It is again open to traffic. We do have a couple more days of sidewalk improvements at that intersection, and we are hopeful that that will be complete by this Friday. So end of the week, we're looking at the Elm Street piece kind of being wrapped up, and then the contractor moves on to the Grant Street intersection. That should begin on this coming Monday, which means, again, progress means we have to kind of shut down some traffic. And so the Grant Street crossing will be closed to traffic for up to 3 weeks for street and sidewalk improvements. That's also the intersection that we're doing the arch. And as we move towards completion, and the arch is actually being fabricated as we speak, we anticipate the arch being installed sometime in mid to late December. That's what kind of the best estimate update I received just today was. So not too terribly far off from actually seeing that archway go up. And then as we finish the work on Grant, finally they will move to Ivy Street, and the work there will be done on that crossing. Realistically, we're probably looking at the whole project being done sometime after the first of the calendar year by the time we get through all of the intersections and get the major work done. But it is progressing well, and we apologize for the disruptions coming and going in and out of downtown, but that is the cost of getting this done. So we're moving it as quickly as we're able. And again, I'm certain that we'll be having some type of a major dedication project in particular for the new archway into downtown. I will note regarding the railroad safety zone or the quiet zone, they will not sign off. The railroad approval will not be finalized in terms of them signing off on the quiet zone until we've completed all 3 crossings and everything is kind of in the put up, until there's a bow put on the entirety of the safety project, then the railroad will be able to comply with that quiet zone part of that. But things are moving along well. So that's all I've got for you this evening.
Great. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. Next opportunity for citizen input. Scott, since you're sitting there, shaking your head, there is none.
No other input lined up.
Thank you. Melissa or Scott with action review.
All right, you've approved the noise variance request from ODOT, adopted ordinance numbers 1562 and 1563, passed ordinance numbers 1564 and 65 to second reading on November 17th, and approved the consent agenda.
Ruby. Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate it. I'll prep my agenda. Since there's nothing else except a motion to adjourn, I will take a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
I said so moved, and he said I moved to adjourn. So I guess you can pick which order you want to take it in.
I think the mayor has frozen. So all in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Have a good night.
Don't get to-